Hello, everybody. Oh, it is a Thursday. It is week 5, maybe? I actually haven't keep track of the weeks. I'm curious now. Let's see, so we started 6, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this would be the week 5th. All right. And we are back in Tyranny. Let me just make sure that my stream stuff is going okay. Da 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 da. Change that. Update all. Okay. Okay, it looks good. It looks good. Da, 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 da. Bump, bump. Okay. Close that down. Put this back up. Whoa. So last time we ended up doing a bunch of stuff inside the wound and ended up resolving the leadership issue. Unfortunately, it was not without bloodshed. So I actually have a couple options of what to do today. I think we're going to keep trying to find quests to finish up. What was the last thing we had truth here? So, okay, so we still have the Stones of Elucidation. I couldn't solve everything in the old walls there. Talk to Verse. We still had all these chronicles to find. Yeah. I think I'll come back to that because I spent a lot of time in the walls at that point. So let's go ahead and jump back out to... where is that quest, actually? I need to look that up quick. Stones of Elucidation. It's in the Blade Grave. Old Walls Breach. Okay. Let me see. Old Walls Breach. Oh, can we not actually travel? Okay, I can just look up the map. By the look of it. Alright. Give me a minute here. Let me see. So we'll come back here and we'll find more of the chronicles. Might even have to look up where all the chronicles are. Because I don't know how many there are in total. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go run back here and finish up this quest. I think the reason why I couldn't is because I didn't have enough of the torch keys. I think that's the reason. You leave camp one morning to empty your bowels when you feel a palpable sense of power on the air. Your skin tingles, sprinkling into goosebumps as the hair on your arms stand on end. You go rigid, momentarily forgetting about the pressure in your lower organs, and listen carefully. Surely enough, you can make out the crackling, electric sound of wisps, some of the smallest and least consequential bane. Yet you know that wherever the wisps congregate, other, larger bane are likely to lurk as well. You weigh the decision to investigate or to ignore the bane and carry on your travels. Let's pursue the bane. Traveling to the old walls requires ascending a series of steep inclines. You haul yourself up, hand over hand, and find yourself on a ledge overlooking the vast expanse of the tier below you, with the aged structure of the old walls before you. You have no time to enjoy the impressive scenery, however, as the wind takes on a bitterly cold bite. You share this narrow strip of land with the swirling mystical malice of the Bane. Alright, combat! So, switch this over. Yep, good.
On it. I am a shield wall unto myself.
Actually, let's do a little swapping around here. Have you there, you there. Yeah, and we'll have you both attacking the dominant. Grab my absorb.
See that? I'm not entirely useless. Come and feast my iron.
Right. Will do.
Oh, I got frightened. Ah.
Will do.
I kind of wish that that was a free app I was able to find that would that will let me replay the audio of a game. So whenever I clicked off of a game, the audio background would stay. Not all games do that, unfortunately. Pretty sure this game doesn't. Audio, sound. Yeah, there's no option. Which is a real bummer. It's a bummer since I stream, so.
Right.
All right, I think that's all we needed to do. There's Lisa. Hope the applications go okay today. Let's see. We were still going to the old walls. There we go. Okay. Grab our guys. And we're going to make our way. So we only got one. We haven't gotten both though. So we're going to go ahead and run back into the breach. Because I was under the impression that I would have to go find other torch keys and come back. I don't know if that's necessarily the same case now. Because different parts of the old walls use different torch keys, and it'll only select certain ones. I would hope that the case is I'm going to be looking for other torch keys, but there might be something that I've missed. So we're going to go ahead and check. So Ember doesn't work, and the Sapphire doesn't work, so keep on that one. Okay, now let's see. Because I think this was the first time I actually entered the old walls. Let's see, because there's sections here that I still haven't. Hello. Oh, that's right, because I had to swap certain... Yeah, that's right. This is one of those dungeon designs where I had to go out to come back to a previous room, so... No, that makes sense. Okay, we'll check around this area first.
Can't do that.
The whole point of coming here was to get the insignia to be able to go through to the Edict of Storms to Sentinel Stand, I believe. So. Just need to make sure that my stream here is actually going, because I thought it was. Someone told me that it potentially wasn't. Oh yeah, it's going. Never mind.
Send them at me in waves! Are you afraid of death, worm?
Oh, hang on. There is a... Maybe I need to touch that first. Okay. Just that one, so we can now access both sections easily. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Whew. Feels like it's been a long week again. So for those of you who have been watching, I've actually gotten a little bored with this game, with Tyranny. I will admit it is just kind of a long game, and the only way I'm going to get through it is if I just kind of persevere and keep pushing on it. But when I'm playing other games, this one doesn't seem quite as exciting, so I'm on the fence whether I should reduce the time I play it. But I'm not yet decided if I'm going to change scheduling around it. Ghost, okay, hang on a second. Ghost of Tsushimax. Thank you for joining.
Am I the only one who sees that?
Alright, what do we get here? Okay, so we got a period of secrets. Of secrets. What does that do? Oh, trap detection. Okay. Interesting. And then we got a scroll of sigil of passion. That's a new one for us. Okay. I have a couple of these. It looks like. Let me see here. Sigil of strength. Oh, that's a new. Oh, that's an early one. I probably should have had that much earlier. Okay, so now I have 3 sigils. Okay, so what does this one do? Sigil emotions both fortify and undermine the mental humors, creating passions in the target ranging from apathy to blinding rage. The blood chanters of the Scarlet Chorus are self-professed masters of the sigil of emotions, having developed this technique through study of Siren, Archon of Song. Interesting. It's gonna be campfire. Yeah, it's gonna be campfire stuff. Camping supplies. Okay, so we don't care about that. We're gonna run over here. So I think it was, it might have been this one. This one that doesn't have a, that I didn't have a sigil, I think before. Mammoth, maybe? Okay, touch that.
More tally to the body count.
Yeah, here's our nasties. All right. Get you jumping in there. You two to jump on that. I'll get on there. Actually, we'll change you around. Do there and there.
It's a hit! That one rattled me hard.
Will do.
That one rattled me hard.
I've also noticed that since I've been doing Restream, I've lost less frames, I think. So I think I might actually be able to join in and add some online gaming into it.
Needle and thread.
Like if we need to finish up a stream or something, I could jump into Deep Rock Galactic, or I could jump into Marvel Rivals. Because Marvel Rivals, as much as I like playing it, it's not one that I'm going to jump in and throw hours and hours at it. You know, I can play it for a couple hours and I'm good for the most part.
On your knees, worm.
I just don't get as super invested in that game, in those games, as some others. Study the Rune. Okay. Sigil of Stunning. Sweet. Okay. So was there anything else in here? Looks like there's a couple things potentially. Ooh, Ancient Archon robes. Omnipotent. Plus 10 to all magic skills. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds really nice. Okay, so it's not, let's see, we're going to be losing armor. Get a little recovery. What about you, my man? Slightly better. Let's go ahead and throw you in there for now. Then we have a potion recipe. And that is for research at a spire. I've got several things that are for spires, so. Okay. So it looks like it's not here. So I have to go deeper in. That's okay with me. Scour this place until I get that other stone of elucidation, so. Now, according to the map, where have I not gone? Go to that room. Oh, that's right. I couldn't get that sigil because I didn't have Lantry didn't have the job skill for it. So now we can go and grab that. Go. There's a new lore thing. All right. So we did have the order of the way these needed to go. I saw it in one of the other rooms, but let's try putting them in a different order. Oh nope, I can't. I actually can't. I can't alter. I can't alter them. Okay. Let's go back to this room. Okay, another sigil. Give me a second here. For some reason, I'm under the impression that the name isn't going to be correct. Nope, it is. It's right. It's fine. So odd. I don't know why I'm freaking out over this. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Now, let me see here. Oh, well, gosh darn it, where could it be? Back to the map. Yeah, it has been an interesting game. First time I played a game that has kind of it's the very heavy RPG. Yeah, first CRPG I've ever had, so. But welcome back, Ghost. Missed that for some reason. Well, did I miss that? Insane. Alright. Oh, there's a corridor down here I didn't touch. And didn't touch inside this room by the look of it. That might be more camping supplies. Whatever it is. What do you know? But there is a corridor over here I did not traverse. It's probably where our elucidation stone is. It's the only other place I haven't been. Numbing agent. Okay. Touch that.
Trapped. I'm used to that feeling.
Oh, okay. I can only put one character in here. Okay. Well, let's leave my character here and take the other three then.
Let's be off.
That would explain that.
Let's be off. I will aid you.
Take care of this Bane. Sigil, okay, timeless form 3. And then, haha, there it is. There's our second Stone of Elucidation. Now I can finish this quest. Sweet! Alright. Where's the duration spells? Okay, you three move out of that room. So I can then trigger this.
Can't do that.
Okay, so that finished up our quest. So let's go ahead and leave. Oh. Well, I'm kind of glad I came back either way, because I would have missed sigils otherwise. And even though I don't do a whole lot of spell crafting, it's still interesting to have those options. I probably should play around with that a little bit. Okay, then run back over to here. Okay. And since we did that, we can now go talk to Hieronymus? I can't remember what his name is. What can I do for you, Fatebinder? The great riddle of the old walls is fascinating to contemplate. From afar, of course. You are free to dive in head first to your heart's content. Found the stones of elucidation. Hieronymus' eyes are wide in delight as he examines the stones. Fascinating. I expected to see a few duplicates with existing specimens. Examines each stone, wraps them in a linen swaddling with care. Thank you, my friend. This will prove vital to our understanding of the glyphs used by the builders of the old walls. You've done more than I could have ever expected. My only humble offerings as reward. And you gain 2,000 rings, and you gain some rep. Which is cool. What have the stones taught you? Nothing yet. In theory, each one could be used to help decipher some encrypted text, but there's no telling which stone can complement which text. It's all very dry and boring, I'm sure. Rest assured, they're very important. I'm not a young man, and if I keep getting sent on missions like these, any research I carry will be lost. Take a copy with you. I hope you find it useful. Oh, cool. So now we have the Sages Guild, and we got a new spell from it. What did we get? Defense 10 against spells. Nice. And that finished up that quest. Cool. So why don't we go ahead and talk to Verse? We just need to run to one of the spires. What's the main spire? I think it's the one in... It's not Vendry's Well, is it? I think it is. Maybe it is, because we were fighting the Vendry Guard, weren't we? Yeah, the Mountain Spire. That is our main one, I think. So we'll make the trip and teleport. Boop. I don't know why, but my nose gets itchy every time I do this. Anyway, let's see. So by the look of this, there's supposed to be 5 spires, but I'm seeing like 10 sigils? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 10. So I wonder if there's more of them around than I was expecting. Anyway, let's go talk to Verse.
Couldn't help but notice the bird from Cacophony.
Verse smirks as you approach, scrutinizing her with a mismatched gaze. How'd you know where the bird came from?
The voiceless birds have a certain hollowness to their movements, like puppets, or the fifth eye.
She chuckles, running a hand down her hair feathers.
But seriously, you're not the voice's favorite person in the tiers. This missive must be good.
Want to read it?
Maybe summarize it for me?
You can't read?
It's never struck me as being the most useful fucking skill. Wanna make something of it?
She crosses her arms, but her cheeks flush. You don't have to be embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed. And don't try and tell me how I feel.
See why I don't have this gal in the party.
I assure you, Binder, Verse possesses no faculty for shame.
Shut it, Bronze Boy. I'm sure you know as many letters as you've known women.
The massive soldier crosses his arms and says nothing. Want to put a blade through the skull of one of the people who's killed your sister Furies? Because apparently one of them's a loudmouth braggart.
Wait, what? He found one of the shits who killed my Furies? Let's pack up and go.
There's something else, these strange symbols on the back.
There's a lot to love about spycraft. The trickery, the blade work, keeping your senses awake, balancing on the edge between confusion and discovery. Memorizing the Archon's childish pictographs is not my favorite part.
She examines the parchment, frowning.
Malfora. She's one of Harshion's people. Bit boring, but gossipy in the way that pays. We should be able to find her along the road to Lethian's Crossing.
Seems like a lot of glyphs to provide so little information.
The voices gave us the passphrases that will get Malfora to open up to us. When we find her, let me do the talking and everything should run smooth as sea glass.
She rubs her hands together.
This will feel good, Finder. Wildly, incredibly, stupidly good.
Archon's sudden interest in your revenge doesn't seem suspicious to you?
Are you asking me if I trust the voices of Nerat? Archon of secrets, spy master, arcane pillar of green smoke and flame, immortal magician, eater of minds, and connoisseur of perversions?
Man, what a business card that would make. Too worthy, though.
Of course not. But if it's some convoluted trap, I'll have your back and you'll have mine, right?
Let's go.
Lead the way.
So, is this a question I have to take Verse with me? Or will she just be there? Yeah, Verse is not very pleasant, and I decided it was... But I think my favorite character is Lantry. Barrick is probably next. Ebb is decent. She does drop a curse word occasionally, but so does everyone in this game. Once again, I will reiterate to the point of, why in the world do we have to bother with curse words? It's pointless. Anyway, this, it's inaccessible. Verse has left the party. Okay, so I have to take her with me. I'm guessing...
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
I want you to, is there a way to change my party from here?
No reason to tarry.
I thought there was. Why don't you just talk to her?
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
Oh, yeah.
I suppose I'd hate to deprive you. Let's be off.
Okay, Ebb. I'm gonna have Ebb come, leave.
I'll tack homeward. See you there.
Alright, Verse comes back in.
Got them in my sights.
Okay. And when we finish up this quest, we'll probably come back and talk to, Siren, because I got her, but I haven't talked with her at all since she joined the party. Since I convinced her to join the party. We have a... Yes. There we go. Not for her, but just quickly take a little bit of food from the cart. Not open for business, friend, and I'm not looking for trouble. Basila in Lethian's Crossing expects me with the ship shortly. Wouldn't want to keep her waiting. Merchant watches you warily as you approach, a heavy pack hanging from her shoulders. Soft and well-fed, this one, but look at her stance. She can handle herself. First takes the woman in with a long, appraising gaze. Excuse me? Merchant blinks. Quit the act. Give us what we want to know. What did I say? I said let me handle this. You must have me mistaken for someone else, I assure you. Oh, fine. The road to Stalwart is paved in iron. First sighs. Farms of Azure are mostly air, she nods with relief. Say nothing. Yet their papers aren't aflame. Charming. Sorry about the formalities. If word got back to the voices that I was cutting corners on security. Let's say I prefer my tongue in my mouth and my bowels in, bowels, I guess. She shakes her head. I know you. You were the governor of the crossing, right? I doubt you remember many traders come and go. I'm Alfora. She opens her hands to you, palms out. What do you have for us? Right. Alfora glances between the two of you before her eyes settle on hers. The man you're interested in calls himself Crocus. No idea whether that's what his mother named him. Showed up in the cross a few months back, picking fights and looking for rings. Ran afoul of the garrison. They stomped the pants gravy out of him. That quieted him down a bit. When he started casting around for work again, he boasted of his victory against the band of Furies during the war. Not a smart thing to brag about. Very stupid, in fact. You'd think a story like that would scare off any potential employers, but Asa's never been the brightest ring on the rope. She shakes her head. Who is Asa? A cloth dealer originally out of Azure. Runs a circuit from the crossing to the Brothers and down into the calmer areas of the Blade Grave. Okay. Kind of fairly large swath. He hired Crocus and a few others last week, claiming he needed extra protection for his daughter. Why had he brought his daughter to the cross in the first place? Overlord only knows. Thoughts? Oh, shite sticks. Not going to be easy to find a caravan between here and the Blade Grave. First curls her lower lip below her uneven teeth. Luckily for you, I'm very good at what I do. Alfora smiles and produces a scroll from her pack. He usually goes to Stalwart by way of the Ocean Spire, but he's cutting east to make time and avoid beasts. Traps knuckle on a thick black line. Your best bet is to wait for him here, at Hunter's Respite. She points to a position just south of Haven. What can you tell me about Hunter's Respite? Small stretch of wilderness, far enough off the trade route to dissuade riders, but near enough to avoid losing much time. The isolation recommends it, but not much else. Honestly, the respite's starting to get too well known as a stopover. I give it a year before thieves start hating it. Thank you, Malfora. Yeah, thanks. When we find this bastard, we'll open him from balls to chin. You now know everything I know about this so-called Fury Slayer. If you have any other questions, you'll have to ask someone else. Malfora bows informally at the waist. Okay. So, next zone. At Hunter's Respite. Hopefully my throat will handle reading today. Last time yeah, Tuesday, when I played the game, my voice was feeling pretty rough. Oh yeah, Versus leveled up because she hasn't been in the party for a little bit. Let's see. Don't need to do spell strength. But a little extra health would not hurt. And then I get some more attack. Yes. I have her in the dual setup right now. So let's see. Like that. That seems great. Those will be good. Sentinel. Death Blade, Snapshot. As you approach the bronze-clad caravan guards, they look up as one, leaving dice and rings on the ground as their hands move to weapons. Who goes there? Actually, you know what? Doesn't matter. Turn back the way you came, stranger, or things will get bloody with a quickness. We're looking for Crocus. Well, he's not over here, is he? We don't know him by sight, you idiot. Shut her up before I... Shut her up for you, he winces. She's acerbic, but she's not wrong. Can you point us to Crocus? Go back the way you came, then head north up the incline. Crocus is there at the camp. Choose you with his hand. As good as gone. Tall, thin man in bronze and leather scrutinizes your approach, hand on the hilt of his blade. That's far enough, stranger. Oi, Crocus! We've got company. His voice comes out low and rough, a tears-accented growl. A massive man answers the lookout's call. Lookout's cry. His approach marked by a pronounced swagger. Crocus rests a massive axe on one broad shoulder. His hair seems to have migrated largely from his scalp to his chin, and the veins of his temples stand out against his deeply tanned skin. Besides Cario here, I've got a whole squad behind me. Experienced warriors all. So I'm left wondering, who the F are you? Ooh, okay, well, how do I do this? So I don't want to just jump out immediately. I'm Fatebinder Jeddah freelance, and more importantly, this is verse. I'm about to abdicate your head open. Justice for my Fury sisters, she grins hungrily. Oh, shite. To arms! To arms! Mercenary blinks rapidly as recollection sets in. Yep. You done goofed. Let's see how things settle in. Okay, so we're gonna have first go in, and I'm gonna back her up with that character. You do a fight with that.
Tear your skeleton out by your ass!
For the queen!
Damn thing couldn't pierce claw.
I need to switch a versus thing over, I think. Did I have her on a secondary weapon? I did. It was her ranged bow. Don't need that.
See that? I'm not
is wrong with my weapon?
Are you afraid of death? Take that!
Okay, who needs to go? Okay, I'm gonna go attack him.
Take that!
Fall before me!
On your knees, worm!
Oh, I got this ranged guy. He's being annoying.
Will do.
I'll tear your... This isn't working!
Take that!
Enjoy this as much as I do.
Come and face my honor! Take that!
Yeah, the language is pretty bad. That's why I don't have verse, because she curses like nothing else. So, hold for the love of Kairos. Clasps his chest, blood oozing between his fingers. Hold like you held when you and your friends killed my effing sisters. For the love of Kairos, indeed. Her words escaped her clenched teeth in a half-hissed breath. She slips a small knife from her brood. Flash of bronze opens the fallen man's cheek. Hold, please wait. I'm not proud of what I did back then. Changed man, I swear it by the Overlord. I've got a wife now. She's asleep right over there. Points backwards toward the nearby tents and bedrolls. Ugh. This is gonna get rough. An honest living by the damn axe. Protect licensed traders. Don't look at me. She's the one you gotta convince. Stay furious aside. Overlord, save me. Kairos isn't here, asshole. The only partner in this dance is me. Boot came down hard on his ankle, listening to an audible snap. The sound dissipates into a scream. Overlord, help me. I never wanted to hurt anyone. It's my damn job. I swore an oath from the Apex Lord because I wanted a bed and food, not because I thought Kairos would ever come to the tears. That oath didn't just dissolve when the armies passed the gates of judgment. I had to kill conscripted tearsmen by the gang, and yes, I helped kill your friends. Head droops, a pink froth of sweat, mucus, and blood dripping from the tip of his nose. My friends. Not friends. Sisters. Sisters, then. It wasn't my idea. Katorius had the location. Sick bastard wanted to cook them with his flames. Marissa, she wanted to hunt furies, wanted to head on a pike she could wave at her enemies before battle. I was just there following orders. You said Katorius cooked people? Never actually saw him eat someone, but I'm sure he did. You could see it in his eyes when he looked at you, that hunger. He was a sage, so maybe that explains it. Overlord knows what those scroll efforts did in their libraries. Certainly not cannibalism. Copulating with scrolls has been frowned upon for centuries. I love Landry. We took one of you alive, you know. What? What the F are you talking about? Her eyes widen. After you disappeared, we realized that one of the Furies was still alive. The big bald one. Cataurus took her. Never saw her after. Silenced by Versa's fist. Liar! She punches him again and again. Where's Katorius now? I don't know! I swear by everything and everyone. I'll tell you if I knew. He probably died in the Edict of Fire. Serves him right, if so. If not, well, serves his treatment more than me. Where can we find Arissa? Like I said, Arissa burned with the fire of revolution. After Apex fell, the crazy woman couldn't lay down her spear. Last I heard, she was down in the Blade Grave, joined up with those stalwart shite heels, killed, disfavored in the Overlord's endless storm. Here, he fumbles with the case at his side before offering a well-soiled parchment in his blood-slick fingers. This was from her. She wanted me to come here and take up arms again. I didn't write back. I've changed. I love the Overlord. Praise Kairos. How do you want to play this verse? It's a delicious tragedy. I'll give you that. Let's write in a super bloody ending. She fingers the edge of a small bronze knife. I've sworn loyalty to Kairos. Go hunt Arissa. Go kill Katorius. They're your true enemies. They're the ones who deserve your justice. Tries to push away from Verse, but his heels skid uselessly, plowing furrows in the bloody muck. Don't worry, we will. Grasping his gore-matted beard, she jerks his chin upward and places the knife against his exposed throat. Please. A bubble of pink mucus expands and contracts in his left nostril. Whereas this man has suffered enough. Suffered enough? He hasn't begun to suffer. She delivers a quick swift to Carcass's groin, drawing forth a scream from the broken man. Please, Verse. Trust me, we've got worse people to hunt. You got me here. This is your call. I think it's the wrong call, but if you're sure, you're sure. You sure? I'm sure. Fine, this one's for Seeking Sheath. She gives Crocus a hard kick to his knees. He stumbled to his feet, one arm clasped over his ribs. Without looking up, he ambles towards the small campsite, sweeping up his pack and slinging it over one shoulder. Carefully hefts the sleeping girl into his arms, cradling her, and carries her from the clearing.
Erissa's next. Let's go find her.
She turns to go, but comes to a stop instead. She lets out a quiet sigh and looks back to you.
Seeking was special, you know.
Tell me about her.
Seeking was all dynamo. Short, with hair like moss on a stone and skin the color of the night sky. Laughed at everything, even insults.
She smiles wistfully.
She never stopped moving. If we camped, she paced the tents or palisades, always pushing us to get on.
She lets out a low chuckle.
Part of it was the gambling. People would stop taking her bets after a day or two. The first time she says she can put a javelin in an apple at 100 yards, a man puts rings down. The second time, he's willing to go double or nothing. The third, that's when he stops betting.
She sounds amazing.
Kairos' crooked cock, was she? Crazy thing about Seeking, it wasn't raw talent. She practiced that shit. The spear work and the javelins, practiced every hour she wasn't sleeping or on assignment. She'd thread the sky with 3 or 4 javelins and dance towards her foe with a spear longer than she was tall. She'd knock a soldier's feet out from under him and let the javelin pin him to the ground. That's her name. Her spears found their marks as if they sought them.
Go on.
Her name meant more than the spear play. Seeking always sought, always looked for new things, new experiences, new stories, new men, new bits of lore. In summer, she'd collect stinging insects, fill thin clay jars with them, and smash them against her foes. No fight was ever even for Seeking. You either got the drop, or you got dropped. Thanks. You know, for listening.
She shakes her head roughly, as if clearing a fog from it.
Let's go. This oath-breaking scumsack won't hunt herself.
All right. Well, there's a couple things from the camp that we can take. Bronze dagger. Oh yeah, and another bronze throwing dagger. Sweet.
I got it.
Okay, torn strand. Gonna get there tonight, it looks like. Yep. The air in Torn Strand hangs entirely unstirred by any breeze, as if the now broken edict of storms exhausted the area's propensity for wind. That storm instead resides in you. A group of soldiers tarnished bronze awaits you. One man steps forward, pulling off his helm to reveal a grime-ruffled face, deep umber, cross-hatched with pale scars. Driven with graven hashes harlot, the Fate Binder. Soldier growls and tightens his grip on his weapon. The leather squeaks under his fingers. I'm Dialysus, son of Tyrannos. It would be both honor and a pleasure to move your motherless head from your shoulders. Which one of you is Orissa? What could somebody possibly want with Orissa? He glances back at his fellow soldiers, and they look among themselves as his attention returns to you. My friend here wants to have words with her. Fury wants words with an unbroken. Blood more like. He looks for silver. He's not wrong. A mercenary named Crocus informed us that she was involved in killing some Scarlet Furies. I don't know the name, but back in Apex, Cyrus had some less than honorable compatriots. She tried to convince me that this one Haven mercenary was no stranger to killing for rings. Turned out he was a crook with as many names as alliances. When Arissa got word that she sold some of his charges into slavery, she broke ties with him. Unfortunately for you, Arissa's long dead. There's nothing for you here. Maybe you'd like to haul your ass to store. Yes, it's very much. This is Obsidian that made this, so ones who made the original Fallout 1 and 2, who did Avowed, who did Outer... Is it Outer Wilds? I think it is. Outer Wilds or Outer Worlds. Those two I always get mixed up. But no, yeah, if you've played Baldur's Gate 3, this is a very similar game. It's a CRPG, very similar. Yeah. Like to haul your ass out of Stalwart. He points back in the direction from which you came. I knew this was too easy. What can you tell us about Arissa? Absolutely nothing. She's dead. We're not. Just you pack your gear and go. Lowers his tone. Good riddance, then. Think you're walking away from this cur of Turnon? No. Today you meet the Void. For Matthias, for Janus, for Stalwart, and the Unbroken. And I think you won't mind dedicating your deaths to 3 whispers. Let's show them why we're called the Unbroken. So let's let our furious clarion and storm towards you.
More.
Alright. Go for this one if you go for that one.
Tallies to the body.
Damn thing could.
Oh, okay, so this guy's actually pulled 2 of us into fights, so.
Pierce cloth.
Do that. That.
Get out, you little shit.
This weapon is useless.
Oh, if that's the case, Barrack, let's swap your weapon over. Pull out your warhammer. Pull out your big war hammer. Oh man, he went from healthy to injured. to badly injured. That was great.
Damn thing could pierce cloth.
Take me if you can.
I'm gonna go ahead and swap my character.
Will do. I need to try a different weapon. I got it.
Let's see. Got this guy coming in.
Damn thing. Fall before me.
Take me if you can.
I need to try a different weapon.
You won't get away that easily.
I'll get back to you. Ring around the rosy. So I haven't played any of the Baldur's Gate games. I have not played any CRPGs before this, but I have a couple. I think I have gotten from Epic Games has dropped the Fallout games, and I think I have 1 and 2. So I'll have to see. I think I have some other games that are similar in style. But now these people were there when my sisters died. Burst surveyed the carnage, wearing a grimace. Check these bodies with me. Maybe there's something here that will help. You searched Diocles remains, shifting his dead weight, ignoring the drip of gore to reach his belongings. Your hand comes away wet, clutching a roll of parchment and a tightly wrapped bundle. What have you got there? First peers at the wet bundle you plucked from the corpse. Read the note. Break the seal and unroll the missive. The parchment is lettered in a clean hand, the language surprisingly clear and crisp for a tearsman. Diocles, or whoever succeeded. I came to Stalwart with little I didn't need for the fight. Only these gloves, a trophy from a skirmish long past. Should I fall at Trapper's Junction, please see that they return to my sister Clea at our family's homestead at River's Break in Apex. Tell her to use them well, that I wish I could have been there to deliver them myself. Thank you for this, Arissa. See for yourself. She locks eyes with you, snatches the parchment, looks over. With a shake of her head, she thrusts the scroll back towards you. Gonna read it or leave me guessing? Arissa wants these gloves given to her sister, Clea of River's Break. Did you say gloves? Swipes the leather package and tears it open, revealing a pair of gloves of supple leather edged with a series of sharpened bronze blades. I've missed these. You know these gloves? They belong to one of my Furies. First replaces the wrappings with care. So Orisa had a sister. A sister for a sister, then. There's certain poetry in that, right? What are you talking about? We need to find this Clea. She must know something about what Orisa ran with during the war, right? And who knows? Maybe she'll turn out to be someone I need for good stabbing through the face. First smiles and I glee. Keep it in your pants, Verse. Not sure what it is in this circumstance, but no promises. Come on, screw this place. You turn, a gauntlet hand rests on your shoulder. A moment binder. What is it, Barrick? I've known Verse for a few years now. She's always been excitable. But this is different. She seems rabid, heedless of danger, like the worst of the course instead of the best. He shifts with the sound of blades grinding together. I noticed that. What I'm asking you is to keep an eye on her, for her well-being rather than yours. The massive man rolls his shoulders with a shrug. Though if Verse were my soldier, I want her collected as possible. May never be an option. Thanks, Barrick. I'll do what I can for her. Thanks for hearing me out, Fatebinder. Barrick nods, patting his shoulder. Yeah, so Ghost, Barrick was in one of the magical storms, and basically he's fused inside his armor. So let me bring up his character sheet for a second here. That's why he looks so weird. It's actually discarded armor that's all latched to him in a way that it actually can't come off. At least no one's tried. We tried seeing if one of the Forgebound, one of the magic mages that handles iron and bronze could get him out, but my boss Tunan wasn't having any of it, so he's stuck in the armor now. Unfortunately. So he's my tank, but can't do much more for him. So I can't give him extra. I can't give him better armor because he's fused inside his armor. Yeah, he says it's fairly painful. It's not just swords; it's just metal plates and everything. It's scraps basically. And he says that it took a lot of getting used to, but he's handling it okay now. Yeah, it's rust and stuff, so he has to use armor oil and all that jazz. Would be cooler if we were able to actually get him something better. Oh, okay, Weeping Whispers. Let's see. Well, give me a replacement for the light leather gloves I've got on.
This will be fun.
Ooh, and those look cool. Oh, are they? Hang on. They are. They're an artifact. Cool. Edge defense. When crit, foe target versus endurance. Bleeding for 12 seconds. Cool. The quick and the dead. A blaze of baleful energy, thick with versus hatred for those who kill her sisters, erupts from the wearer, scalding those nearby and sapping the strength. Even if it hastens the movement of one who bears these gloves. This effect scales with Weeping Whispers renowned. Okay. So that actually seemed... Okay, so that's actually for Verse. And I don't begrudge her for having those, actually. So hang on a second. Let's open up my stash here for a moment. Go back to the armor. Let's go ahead and move that for a second. Yeah, let's put that with Verse. Let's let her have those. I think that's fine. Type. Sigil of Terratus, which is control grave light. I think what I had on was Scavenger. Yeah, I think it was these ones. Anyway. Give her those. Okay, and then go down to here, Weeping Whispers. Okay. No, all the characters have been fairly interesting. I've known Barrick and Lantry for the longest time. Verse was with the party for a long time, then I swapped her out for Ebb, because Ebb was more magician. And I was going into a lot of Bane-heavy areas, and she has a skill that will actually frighten the Bane. So she was more useful. She doesn't curse as much. So, let's see. And then I needed to go to where? River's Break. Okay. Teleporting back to the spires. Yeah, and River's Break is actually in the, well, so. Let's see here.
Can't do that.
Dry grass protrudes haphazardly from the threadbare and sun-bleached tunic hanging on the post. The glower painted on the burlap sack head glares down over a rough grass beard. Appears a passing resemblance for a certain archon of secrets. Cool. There's so much in this game that I haven't got to. Scents of baked bread and vegetable stew mingle in the air. Through the window you can make out a modest dwelling kept with the kind of order and cleanliness one would expect from its favorite command tent. An older woman tends to a small but verdant patch of farm. Plump gourds and vegetables of vine and root lie for soil and light with a fig tree, its branches drooping with what passes for abundance in the tears. Farmer notices your approach and takes up her shovel as if it were a spear, favoring her left arm with a wince. Careful, stranger. I'm no easy mark. Will have little worth your time or blood. A few errant strands of thick gray hair, loosed from the band that tamed the rest, framed her deeply lined face. She may be old enough to be my mother, but she holds herself like a warrior trained. Who are you? I'm the woman who tills this soil, mends these walls, and protects them with her blood. I'm supposed to be here. You're the ones who should be announcing themselves. He points to the shovel's edge at you. Feisty. I like this old coot, Burst grins. Girl, this old coot has split skulls twice as thick as yours. Good hearing, too. We see Clea. Clea? Clea was my youngest. Why are you asking after her? She lowers the shovel slightly, her eyes widening slightly at the name. Was? Crap, don't tell me we're too late. I have to keep your civil tongue in your head, girl, while you're on my land. She drops her shovel in Versa's direction as if she could seal the Fury's mouth with it. Sorry, ma'am. Versa blinks in surprise at her own words. What happened to Clea? Narrows her eyes, her fingers tightening protectively around the shovel. First things first. Call me Essa, daughter of Asperia. This is my homestead, granted me by Queen Vedrine Alanta in honor of my service. She swings the shovel's head to encompass the small, plastered house of the abutting field. That's an introduction. You got one to match? She points the shovel back towards you. I'm Jed the Freelance, Fatebinder of Tunon, the Abdicator. Essa's blue eyes widen in recognition. You're the one who ascended the mountain spire. They say you hung a banner woven of golden light from the battlements. Wouldn't have believed a word of it if I hadn't seen the glow from here. She shakes her head. What does a Fatebinder want with the likes of me? I ain't broken the Overlord's laws. Essa crosses her arms. We came seeking Clea, but that seemed a doomed errand. Sweet Clea, Ward consigned her to the void. Lost her at Vedrine's well, citadel. Told her not to take up arms again. Told her that Kairos had won good and solid. We owed the Overlord our fealty now. Supposed I filled her with too much patriotic claptrap as a girl. Maybe she met her end under her blade. The whole of the tale never made it back. It's great stuff. None of that answers why you're here. I'll follow your lead, Verse. I'm sorry, Essa, but Rissa has died. Versa frowned down her scarred hands, then glanced away. Rissa, dear girl. Dear, stupid, blind, foolish, arrogant girl. Sob raked her shrunken frame. How did it happen? She died stalwart, aiding the unbroken against the forces of Kairos. It's my fault. I raised these girls on the romance of war, tales of bloodying the bastard Tyr and pushing back Azure. I didn't know that your armies would come in their lifetimes, that the gates of judgment wouldn't hold, that you strode into the tears with a man of stone who stepped clean over his curtain wall. Even girls like mine couldn't stand against Kairos. There aren't they? I'm tumbling over my words. There ain't nothing like the Northern Shadow before, able to crush mountains, call earthquakes from a scrap of vellum. There ain't no fight in that, I told them. They didn't listen, damn them. All the damn fool things I told them, the only thing they didn't hear was what mattered. He shudders with a sigh. Well, Verse? Mercenary out of Lethian's Crossing by the name of Crocus pointed us towards Orissa. He painted her as much more vicious killer than you have. Crocus? I ain't never heard that. She paused, recognition flickering behind her wet eyes. Oh, it's right there. Come on. Give me that sneeze. Bald, bearded man, skin the color of bronze and thick as a beastman. I knew him by a different name. Right, lazy bastard by my reckoning. The only thing he put much effort in was lying his way into a meal and a thong of rings. What justice there if a man like him lives while my Orissa met the void? What justice indeed, Fatebinder. What do you know about Catorius? The sage? Was an older gentleman. Smarter than most, like he had the whole Velm Citadel bouncing around in his head. A tad off, in that way magicians often are. Eyes as hungry as the flame. You said you trained your daughters in the arts of battle? Aye, their father were a good man, but more suited to farm work than war. Looked up sharply. If you're looking for someone to blame, I'd be that person. I trained them up, taught them the falx, the javelin, the spear and shield. Aye, they use that knowledge against your precious archons and their armies. Hey, Essa, maybe you'd like to shut the F up now? Versus lower lip twitches. You use all this food yourself, or have you sold it to other people in the well? I sold some, for rings without a Kairos damn license, too. So admit to violating Kairos' laws in front of a chronicler. Well, young lady, is this going in the permanent record? Hey, geriatric voyeur, you ever consider shutting your flapping gums? First rubs her brow. Anything else you want to tell me, Essa? Naming a child for Kairos is a capital offense, ain't it? Imagine naming a pig for Kairos ain't no better. Care to meet Kairos the Overpig? He's around back. See what's happening here? Don't you, Binder? Her sides, her shoulders sagging, yeah. Come to a decision on this matter. What matter? There's no matter here, Binder. Please tell me you're not going through with this. This is your dance verse. Pick the tune. Quiet scraping sound issues from Barrick as he watches wordlessly. Really? Verse takes a step back, blinking rapidly. Considering her options, Verse sheathes her weapon and nods. Came here because Orissa. She killed one of my sisters. Always thought I'd need to avenge them to make it right, because I'd failed them. But actually talking to you, it's cleared some stuff up. Guess what I'm saying is I miss my sisters, and you miss your daughters. That's just the way of things. Essa nods numbly, turns, and shuffles towards her squat farmhouse. Live and let live. Verse releases alongside, bends down and plucks a round red tomato from a vine. Her thumb slides across its skin and presses lightly into it, dimpling the vegetable. She tosses it from hand to hand and turns to you. With some uncharacteristic hesitation on your part.
I didn't realize you knew me so well as to say what is and isn't like me.
She smirks and then shakes her head.
I enjoy killing, Fatebinder. Doesn't mean I think everyone deserves to die.
Orissa and Clea are dead. What does that mean for your sisters?
I'm sure Whispers would have something clever to say about frustrated ambitions.
Verse shakes her head and chuckles darkly.
You ever have a friend who almost never speaks? But then, every once in a while, she slips in the perfect word at the perfect time, and it's the only thing you remember. That was 3 Whispers. She was our wiry, flickering shadow with hair like crow's feathers. Preferred close-up work. That was her name, her 3 knives and the sound of air from a punctured lung. It's hard to remember stories about her because she never drew attention.
Reminds me of that there was a short video that I watched. It was an interview with Christopher Lee, who played Saruman in Lord of the Rings. And in the 3rd movie, at the end, he gets stabbed by Wormtongue at the top of his tower. And was it Percy Jackson? Is that the Peter Jackson? Peter Jackson wanted Saruman to cry out when he got stabbed from behind. But when you But Christopher Lee told him, like, no, when you get stabbed by somebody, you don't. When you stab somebody, you don't get screams. You get a gasp noise and stuff. And it's never told about that. But Christopher Lee was part of I want to say just the basic layman's terms. He was spycraft stuff during the war the World Wars. So everyone just kind of took his word for it. But it kind of gave the unspoken sensation that Christopher Lee stabbed people back in his youth.
Her old favorite. That I remember. She'd trick a soldier into gutting his own comrade, then open his throat while he was in shock. Beautiful move, and I saw her dance it 12 times.
Whispers knew her histories and letters, knew borders and houses and heraldry. Even knew a few sigils and kept us from bleeding out more than once.
She runs a hand over her feathers.
Whispers and me, we were more than sisters sometimes. Not often, and nothing holding. But yeah, she read a body as easy as a scroll.
Sounds nice.
Was nice.
Let's go.
Let's.
Bites into the tomato, a small bead of juice rolls down her chin.
I got it.
Well, that was a better turnout than I was expecting. Okay, so did we have a location that we needed to go to, or are we just done with that? I think we're just done with it. Yeah. Interesting. Well, let's go back to the mountain spire. Make out a few figures on the road well ahead of you. The glint of iron and bronze marks them as well armed and armored. Two feature the broad shoulders of beastmen haulers and lead a heavily laden cart. As they near, you realize that the standard flown from their cart boasts the heraldry of Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice. They hail you as you approach. You recognize the woman who leads the procession as a minor functionary of Tunon's service by the name of Alma. Clothes bear the red, black, and gold of the court, and she keeps her light hair, brown hair in a careful braided bun on top of her head. Speak with them. Fatebinder Jetta Freelance greets you with a bow. I travel in the Archon service. The cart behind me is laden with supplies. All at a reasonable price. Is there anything I can provide you? Shop. Of course, let me show you what I have. She pulls the cover off her cart with a flourish. Oh, cool. First time this has happened. So what have we got? We've got a greater healing potion, lesser potion. Zash's drop. Reflect 30% of incoming hostile spells back to their casters for... Oh, that's nice. Cannot be pushed for 120 seconds. Immunity to interruptions for 120. So 2 minutes deflection and 30% reflection back. That's cool. I like that. I have so much in my bag. Got 3 pages. I don't even know what my max is. I think it might be the 3 pages. I don't know. Let's go ahead and get rid of all the junk that I have. Spare parts. Yeah, so that. And those. And those. What was that one for? Just might purchase it, yes. Sold spare parts. Yep. Spare parts. We can keep the whetstones. Okay. Do I have anything that's just kind of blank? I do. I have this Star's Might staff. Meteoric. 2 projectiles with increased range that cannot crit. You know what? We'll sell this stuff for now. Go ahead and trade. And then we'll continue on. And then when we get in here, we'll change things back out. We'll change verse back out, because I'm not a fan of having her in the party. And then we'll probably talk to we'll probably talk to Siren and find out a little bit more about her, because she's one of the Archons, so. With a beaming smile, Ebb turns the small vial in her hand, examining the crystal clear water inside.
Oh, I didn't think I'd ever see this stuff again. Wagstaff must have salvaged it from the Academy of Tides.
Some sort of Tidecaster ceremonial water?
Oh no, it's much more fun than that. Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, had a trick to turn things into water and back again. This little vial here is halfway through that transformation. It's just waiting for the and back again step.
What will it go back to be?
This vial is full of allied ocean. I see Wagstaff raided the old armory of the Academy. Occulted Jade made her war staff out of this stuff. But now that she's gone, what's to stop me?
War staff? I like the sound of that.
As do I. Nothing wrong with my current one, but a little innovation never hurt, right?
Interesting.
Tradition was you make sculptures and tools out of ocean alloy, but only the Archon and her guards were permitted to wear it into battle. But if she wanted us to follow her rules, she shouldn't have jumped ship and abandoned the Tears.
What would you need to create the staff?
Nothing. Just the willingness to get over some stupid old rule.
Uncorking the vial, Ebb empties the water into her hand. The water pools in her hand and, clinging to her skin, pours down her arm without dripping to the ground. She flicks a few arcane hand gestures with her free hand, and the petal in her palm begins to stretch and lengthen to a shimmering... Ah! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And lengthened under a shimmering, translucent facsimile of her staff, scissor cheese rests in her hand.
Now all we need to do is get ourselves into trouble and test this out. Knowing us, that won't take long.
No, not at all. Cool, she got Wave's Crest.
What is it you need?
Grab your things.
It's about time to stretch the old sea legs.
And verse goes out.
Goodbye to you too.
Okay, and we'll swap that back out so she's third place again. And now,
On it.
let's go ahead and talk to
Good day, Fatebinder.
Siren.
What do you need?
I would know more about you. Tell me about your homeland. What is there to say? It's a fuzzy memory hardly worth recalling. I was born in a northern farming village without a name. That's how out of the way we were. A bunch of families ended up settling near each other, and that was my village. It's about 20 miles from Shadow's Rest. Probably haven't heard of that either. We were farmers, poor and isolated. Nothing about my home or past is worth dwelling on, Fatebinder. I barely remember my father. My mother is dead, and the only thing people ever cared about was my song. The girl is powerful. Bring the songbird. We need a blessing. Our crops are withering. What has that woman done? Her voice falters with the last statement. She shivers a little. Nothing in your past is worth dwelling on? To me, like you remember something. Suppose when an angry mob that fears you and what you can do to stones your death while she shields you with her body, it sticks with you. How long have you been practicing magic? Always. I have no memory of being without the power. It's been my driving force, and I am who I am because of it. Every defining moment of my life is because of my voice and the power behind it. I've become what is made to be, and is what I have done with it. What do you remember about your family? The good thing about being taken away home when you're still a child is that you can't miss the childhood you never got. You were taken from your family? Technically, by the time I was taken, there was no family left to be taken from. But Kairos' forces had gotten word of my talents, decided I was better to use taking over the world than helping local farmers. Do you have any siblings? No. I was close to a boy in the village for a time, but his mother stopped letting me play with him when everyone realized what my powers were. That's the closest thing I ever had to a living sibling. A living sibling? My brother died very young. I never knew him, so I hardly count him as a sibling. Life in the middle of nowhere is difficult. For a single child to survive, let alone more, it's a testament to the parents. Let me talk about something else. Tell me about your time with the Voices of Narat. How did you meet Narat? I met him when I was unceremoniously dumped on its doorstep by Kairos. All I felt towards the sense the moment I saw it was sheer hatred. When one person tires of me, they just hand me off to another. It seemed to be quite the handful. No one can truly be prepared to deal with me, I suppose. I was its possession for 3 years, stuck doing what it wanted until you came along and started messing around with Kairos' plans. Why did Kairos give you to Nerat? I made the mistake of trying my song on Kairos, and forgiveness isn't exactly Overlord's vocabulary. Interestingly enough, I think it almost worked. Can you imagine how different things would have turned out if I'd had a little more practice? I was brought out of one of the many lavish gatherings thrown at the palace. Kairos loved showing me off, impressing the gathered elite. So I performed. I sang, I danced, I convinced people to join in. Then in the middle of it all, I had the brilliant idea to work one of my performances into the show, something that would be the ultimate end to the evening. I added a counterpoint to the song directed at Kairos. In it, I mentioned that it might be in everyone's best interest if Kairos ended up impaled on a sword. I honestly didn't think it would work, but why not try, right? I went as far as Kairos unsheathing one of the royal guard's swords, but then everything stopped. I don't know why, it was probably me. I got too excited and lost my control. Whatever the reason, Kairos was suddenly out of my control and let out a terrible shout. Go on. Everyone stared, frozen by the yell echoing back at us. Kairos quickly recovered and gave the appearance of cheering us on. I was convinced I was about to die. Interestingly, my execution never came. I finally realized I couldn't have been punished at the party because Kairos would have had to admit I'd exerted my will onto the Overlord. Without a good reason to call for my death, I couldn't be executed afterwards. I was the songbird. I did nothing but spread Kairos' will and gather the armies. Would you execute your best and most loved recruiting tool? So Kairos worked with Nerat, and they gave me this helmet to bring me back in line. I was handed over to Nerat, that monster, because it was the one thing in the world I cannot control. Present company excluded, Fatebinder. Why can't you control him? It's been inside its mind. I've been inside its mind time after time, and I've never been able to get a handle of what's going on in there. Every time I talk to it, I feel like a different person is talking to me, and every one of them wants something different. That one, and one in particular wants something it's never ever going to get. What has Nerat had you do for him? Now, if that isn't the question that goes right to the heart of the storm, I think you should ask me what he hasn't had me do, or at least tried to make me do. Wait, what does Nerat want from you that he's never going to get? Come on, Fatebinder, you can't be that naive. I'm still a child, and I know about adult urgings, as one of my old teachers so clumsily put it. Oh, gosh. Somewhere inside the Chionic helmet, I saw the most depraved and disturbing desires I've had the misfortune of feeling. No matter what Nerat says to you, do not trust it. That will always end badly. Let's talk about something else. Tell me more about that headdress. It's the bane of my existence, something that's incredibly painful to talk about. So, why not? What does it do? Makes me impotent. Do you have any idea what it's like to be a hurricane raging inside you? To feel the gale crushing against you to be released, but only feel a gentle summer's breeze? Kairos and Nerat made it just for me. If I attempt anything more powerful than a simple tune, it will kill me. Isn't that simply wonderful? Honestly, it's to be terrified by a mere child. Why can't you simply take it off? Gee, Fatebinder, I never thought of that. Here, could you unclasp it from me so I can get out of it? Because I'd die if it isn't removed the proper way, you simpleton. Do you think I'd leave it on otherwise? If you can't take it off, then why'd you try to get me to remove it when we first met? Yeah, I was gonna say. How could someone so powerful be so stupid? I knew you wouldn't be able to remove it. That's not what I was trying to do. You're a Fatebinder. Honestly think I was gonna pass the opportunity to try and control a Fatebinder? What would it take for you to remove it? It's the one beating the information out of Nerat or Kairos. They're the only ones who know how it was constructed and how it works. I may ask people to remove it, but I know they won't be able to. It's not going to stop me from trying, though. So why the headdress? Why not use magic to gag you? They tried magic. It didn't really work. The problem is, spells can be broken. Counter spells can be found. Guards can be bribed. People can have accidents. Nerat and Kairos were the only ones who knew how to remove this without killing me. The answer is locked somewhere in Nerat's insane and Kairos is currently not conveniently located heads. Talk about something else.
What do you need?
What do you think about your traveling
Are
companions?
we trading in gossip now, Fatebinder? Or are you collecting information to use against us?
She arches her eyebrows inquisitively. Smart girl.
What do you want to know about?
I'm just curious about opinions.
A walking
so.
ring pile? Let's hope you never have to go anywhere unnoticed. There's nothing particularly wrong with him, I suppose, but he doesn't seem overly bright. I mean, what kind of idiot do you have to be if you can't even take off your armor? Maybe he's pretty, but wrapped in that getup, who can tell?
She looks at Barrack, smiles, waves, blows him a kiss.
What was that you said? I couldn't quite hear you.
Barrack grunts, turning to face Siren.
It's okay, Barrack. I didn't say anything about anyone important.
She speaks slowly and deliberately, patting him gently on the shoulder. She puts her hand to her mouth, suppressing a small giggle.
I'll admit he can handle himself in a fight, but he could use a little more up here.
She taps the side of her She taps the side of her head. Tell me about Ebb.
She's got some power in there, that's for sure. And as long as I'm crippled, I will, begrudgingly, mind you, admit she could probably win if we were pitted against each other. Although I'm more than happy to give her a try. Are you game, Ebb? Think you could take me out?
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm confused. Are you offering me a duel or something a little more down and dirty?
Ebb winks at Siren, who turns a deep scarlet and looks away.
You know what I meant.
Puts a hand on her headdress and looks at Ebb, chewing on the corners of her mouth.
Oh, don't worry, dear. You're far too young for me. I like someone with a little wear and tear on them. And not just up here.
Puts her hands on her head and winks again.
Though I suppose I should watch myself around her. You never know how people will react to a challenge.
Yeah, Ebb she's got some naughty, but it usually is kept away a little bit, so. Tell me about Kills in Shadow.
I'm not entirely sure what to say. I don't think much of her because I try not to think of her much. Have you seen the way she stares at me? Is that a smile? Or is she hoping I let down my guard so she can tear out my throat? Beastmen are too hard to read. Their thoughts are all blood and rending and rutting.
I'm not always thinking of killing with rending claws. Sometimes I'm thinking how human packmates are like brood cubs, like hairless first-season whelps. Need cleaning and protecting. Need beast woman.
And then it goes from death and blood to love and care, or whatever constitutes love and care to a beast woman, which could very well involve blood and rending and rutting. It's all very confusing. I don't hate her, but she has the uncanny ability to make me uncomfortable without knowing exactly why I feel that way.
No, I think that makes sense.
I'm jealous of him. I've heard so much about the Vellum Citadel, and he actually got to see it before all the unpleasantness.
She trails off, a sour expression on her face, her wiggling fingers miming tiny explosions.
The sheer amount of power lost that day is only dwarfed by the amount of power required to cause the destruction, and the power to stop it. The sages have my respect. And, by extension, Lantry. Although, I'm not overly happy it was sage magic they used to bind my tongue when I was a child. I can hardly hold him responsible for that.
How kind of you, my lady. It's heartening to hear that someone of your immense station considers a lowly sage like me to be worthy of your attention.
And she performs a deep bow to Siren.
Although not all sages are necessarily worthy of praise. Some are a little overly fond of excesses, of one kind or another.
She arches an eyebrow. Tell me about Verse, finally.
That bitch? I'd walk her off the spire if I knew I could get away with it. I don't know why you even waste your time with her. Oh, don't give me that look, Verse. I'm not gonna pretend to like someone I don't. At least you know where I stand. Subterfuge is so low class.
Trust me, you manipulative worm. The feeling is mutual. And I find it ironic that you find subterfuge low class, considering how you get inside people's minds and fuck them over. If I could get away with it, I'd put a blade inside that pretty little head of yours and twist until your mind was as scrambled as those you invade.
How vivid.
Siren turns to you and makes a little see what I mean gesture at Verse.
She's rude, violent, base, impatient, and entirely pointless. You should keep much better company, Fatebinder. You asked me what I thought. I can't help it if the facts are painful to swallow.
She sighs and shrugs. No, I get it. No, Verse is not particularly pleasant.
What do you need?
What do you know about the state of the world? What is there to say? Garza's two major leaders can't stop themselves or their armies from fighting like a bunch of children. Neither of them seem capable of dealing with the rebels that are taking them down, which, as far as I'm concerned, is how it should be. The less of the tiers infected by Kairos, the better. If we could eliminate the armies entirely, I would consider that a true victory. Tell me what you know about the edicts. Anything I say would be a wild guess. That's why I'm with you. You seem to have a connection to the power of this land far beyond anything an Archon is capable of. It intrigues me. I want to learn what it is and harness it. Sadly, I don't have the magic needed to enact or break an edict. At least, in my current state. Maybe you've got this helmet off my head. It gives you a knowing stare. You're an Archon. You must know something about edicts, Siren. You'd think that, wouldn't you? With all my training and education, Kairos left a very big void in it all. Almost as if it was intentional.
What do you need?
See if I can, yeah.
What do you need?
Bye. Okay, so we learned a little bit from Siren. She's not that bad. But yeah, I think she is probably the youngest of my party. It's interesting. It's odd because I've played other games where you have large number of party members available. Knights of the Old Republic is very strong with this because you could get maybe 8 to 9 characters playable, but you can only keep 3 with you. So it basically was at the time whenever you came back to the ship, you went and talked to everybody and found out more about their story, their history, conflicts with other party members, all that jazz. I'm sure I'll get back into that when I eventually go to, when I play Mass Effect and stuff like that. I am kind of wondering if the next game I'll play, even though I have a lot of games to play, I probably want to play something a little shorter next time. But, okay. What were we gonna do next? So we have trying to get the spires. Let's go to Jagged Maw's Shrine. There was something we were going to be doing there. Come on, Eb. Halfgate. Don't think I recognize Halfgate, but... in there just as night breaks. Boo! Ooh, though. Got the purple crystals everywhere? Interesting. Oh, we did get that new weapon for Eb. Hey, pardon me. Surging. Sanguine gift. Calls on both the water of life and certain rays of grave light. Ebb establishes a tight link between her blood and that of her victim, slowly leaching it from the very essence and adding it to her own. The amount of health she drains scales with Rave Crest's renowned. Interesting. So it's slightly worse than the staff I've given her now, but I like the ability it gives her.
For me? Oh, you shouldn't have.
So we'll go ahead and do that. Oh boy, earthquakes galore. Exactly what I want to hear. Iron Great Spear. Place your hands on the monument to learn the spell symbol of stone. Hold on. Stone sea environments are harsh and unforgiving. Arid plant life is about all that can survive in these parts. Yeah, it kind of looks like it now, doesn't it? What's down here? Is it just a... looks like it. Fatebinder. Soldier salutes you with a smack of meaty fist on bronzed armor. Lieutenant Cadis, at your service, sir. Jerks a thumb, his gauntlet caked with blood, dust and blood, towards the mountain of a man behind him. Won't get him to minute, but Radix is too. The commander's iron core to you, baby brother. And you as well, Fatebinder. The elite Iron Guard casts a steely glance in your direction without offering you a salute. Forgive me if I do not have the time to entertain idle pleasantries. We are on a campaign of the highest importance. I am sure you understand. He cleared his throat with a sound like half-hacking, half-deep guffaw. Slouches at lazy attention, his hand resting comfortably on the hilt of his broadsword. I humbly apologize for the both of us. If you don't mind me asking, what's brought you to these parts, sir? Tips his head to indicate the stone expanse behind him. Sure, she looks pretty, but don't let these big peaks fool you. Land's a tangle of danger. Ash has sent me to assist with your efforts in solidifying our hold in the Stone Sea. So you do come with a purpose. The Iron Guard turns the crushing weight of his attention to you, one stretching by both magic and the austerity of his resolve. For a moment, the severity of his scrutiny slowly crumbles, and he nods as if to unspoken decision. I'd be a fool to turn down the aid of a Fatebinder, especially one so renowned. Accept any assistance I can acquire, uniting with my Earth Shakers at Howling Rock and defending the fort they have erected around Cairn's remains. Once a fertile swath of farmland, Howling Rock, and the Stone Stalkers took to calling it, is now a precipitous stretch of craggy peaks and bluffs that roils with the cries of a slowly dying Archon. What the commander's trying to say is we're beholden to have you. He grunts, shooting his brother a pointed look. Getting to Howling Rock's the easy part. It hasn't been that easy. We've been waylaid with Kor's forces and beasts that rend you limb from limb sooner than you can blink. Bloodthirsty sons of curs, mark my words. Some of the base of operations surrounding Cairn's mains? Obviously, securing Cairn was our first priority. You think we let these savages or worse, the Course, get their hands on him? What can tell me about Cairn's demise? Only that I've heard he's not dead yet. And I mean that. You can hear him at night, shuddering and moaning like the wind through the mountains. He shifts and resettles the weight of his heavy suit. The Shakers could tell you best why they've been treating him, keeping him alive. It's experimental, not restorative. I assure you, as I've already assured Ash, it's for examination and learning purposes only. There's yet more knowledge and power to be gleaned from our forebearer. Why do you think Cairn betrayed his orders? His favorite officer scrubs a hand over the nape of his neck, hesitant to answer. Why would anyone? He shrugs. The world's full of vices to tempt a soldier. Booze, brothels, betting. Figure Earth magic must be a damn mire of a drug to tempt an Archon from duty. Guess they aren't so inhuman after all. I fear neither man nor beast. I'll cut us a path to Howling Rock, regardless of who stands in my way. That's what I like to hear, sir. Definitely, he draws a sword and crouching, carves a basic map into the silt-covered grounds. Fastest route through Stone Down Gorge. Of course, the air swarming with coarse beasts alike. Territory of Stone Down is a dangerous gorge, recently reclaimed by the Stone Stalkers following the Edict of Stone's casting. Carve us a path, and we'll follow close on your heels. He tips his head to you in good luck. Get us there in one piece, and I'll name my broadsword in your honor. We'll slay enough of them to have an armory named after us before long. I suppose I could stand for a few more swords named Barrack out in circulation. Understood. I'll be on my way. Oh, Barrack, people have named weapons after you? They have indeed. The cohort that followed me across Apex and Stalwart took a liking to how I handled myself in battle. I'm big enough I can have broadswords others find unwieldy. They added weights to their training sticks to toughen up. Started naming their assigned blades after me. He looks suddenly crestfallen. Though I imagine most of those blades were lost or destroyed in the Edict of Storms. I left too many friends and too much of myself in the ruins of the old Starward. I'll be on my way.
It's a tough job being so remarkable all the time.
Can't thank you enough, sir. You don't know the world of difference this makes. We'll prep for heading out. Case pounds a fist into his chest in farewell. Holler if you need us, but don't count us to save your ass. Our duty is to protect the Shakers, so we'll be trailing a ways behind. Fatebinder, should you arrive before us, which I am most surely that you will, you'll need this code, the sigil of Cairn's forgotten name, to gain entry into the compound. Pay attention, for it will be quite an intricate sigil. Master of Earthshaker Guild calmly demonstrates the sigil by twisting and drawing his fingers through the air. Though it appears to any witness the motion of the spell, it lends no magic to the mark, deceptively used as a coded communication instead. Show it to the guards, and they know that you are one of us. Well, very clever. A name only the true disciples would understand and appreciate. Eb nods with a beaming smile. Not only is it intricate, but it's also quite unusual. What's the meaning behind the sigil? Is a name all but we have forgotten. It's the only reminder, a single identifier of Charon's existence when he lived wild and free in the mountains of Tortolis during the time of his youth, years before he pledged himself as an Archon to our overlord. Fascinating. Most of what we know of Charon down here relates to him as the Archon of Stone. His powers, his size, those sorts of things. Naturally, he lets us long sigh as Quill continues to record as his words and gestures. As for Charon the human being, we know so little. I think the Earthshakers may have been the only ones to have come close to knowing him. Practice the sigil of Charon's forgotten name. Tilts his head impressed. That is good. Adjust your finger like so on the down curve. Yes, precisely. Live up to your reputation, Fatebinder. You two, you're related? That's right, sir. We're brothers born, if not bred. Slaps Rags heartily on the back, the ironside underside of his gauntlet, resounding with the clang of a funeral bell. We share a mother, much to Rags' regret. My brother, impetuous as he is, likes to rely on brawn and chance as he marches through life. I, however, being elder and of higher intellect, am fortunate enough to have inherited the call of the land. He says that, but I'll be the one keeping his head from getting lobbed off when we're being attacked next. You have separate fathers? Who were they? Don't know. But it doesn't brightly matter, does it? If I were just our father, if it were just our father, this one couldn't get rid of me. You can't deny the lineage of the womb, not a woman's inheritance. Even I did not choose the front lines over Rags' stodgy guild. That's right. For better or worse, we're indisputably bound by blood. Though you wouldn't know as if Kaz exhibits only the most minuscule of mother's traits. You were raised apart from one another? It's not like he was sent away. On account of him being 20 years older and annoyingly apt with magic, he left for Tortolis to study under Charon. Kaz smacks his brother heartily on the back. Can't say I missed him much. You ever been buried alive, sir? Oh, how long ago. I do remember. Mother was quite proud. Not of that instant. She was unreasonably furious even though I left you an air hole. Taps the toe of his shoe on the ground, though less likely as tremors as the earth around him. It's a great honor to study under the Archon. Tortolis, that's in the north, right? Obviously, despite my master's increasingly irrational inclinations in his age, Charon was a northerner, same as you and I. Ironguard settled his stance, peering silently towards the horizon for a moment before he continued to speak. Tortolis is a long, continual mountain range in the Northern Empire. Naturally, it was upon the highest peak that Charon established the Earthshaker Guild, and where I painstakingly accumulated the potential of my abilities. What was it like to study under Charon? Excruciatingly arduous, yet edifying. Do you want me to claim he was like a doting father? I cannot. He was ruthless when he needed to be, and above all, brilliant. Let's speak of another matter. Read me on the course truth movements throughout the region. Crap, if there aren't more than them than maggots out here. You can't get 2 feet without needing to gouge someone's entrails out. Soldier rubs the palm of his sword, edgy. But most of them have swarmed Halfgate, looking for warm bodies. Crude as my brother is, I agree with his assessment. The chorus has rather semblance to maggots. Singularly inconsequential, yet annoyingly numerous. Will squish beneath bones of adequate acceleration of mass. Taps his foot in a slow but eager rhythm on the ground, but then stops, settling himself once more into stiffness. However, more pressing matters have need of my attention presently. Even Rags likes killing coarse screamers. He can't stray from the perimeter of his post, and I can't stray from him. The report has been sufficiently informative. I'm sure to avoid their forces going forward. Uh-huh. Glad to be of service, sir. What exactly are these parts? How are they dangerous? Stone Stalkers call this place Jagged Maw Shrine on account of the crystal formations. The beastmen don't kill you, the constant quakes and steep drop-offs damn well will. Come now, the quakes are of little consequence to an Earthshaker, baby brother. It's a foul beast you must contend with, and why you are here. Not getting along with the locals? Which ones? The starving simpletons of Halfgate who mule their grievances against us, the chorus? Or the beasts who nightly crawl the cliffside seeking to flay us alive? What grievances did the people of Halfgate have against the Earth Shakers? At times, the Earth remits me reverberations of their murmurings. The Cretans unilaterally blame us for the region's continued seismic activity. Though they are not entirely wrong, why is the beast tribe of the Stone Sea trying to kill you? You know why they first welcomed my Earthshakers into these lands? They do tend to hate its favorite, though, don't they, baby brother? Damn right they do. Rather than agitated, his voice sounded mirthful from behind his mask, cocky yet easygoing. Would put the fear and ash in them. Ironguard presses 2 fingers to his temple, suppressing a sigh. Regardless of the means, the beasts have commenced attacking us. Earthshaker and soldier are kin. They had hoped to draw on our common ground as mages of the land, but after first accepting us, they savagely accused us as trespassers and stealers of some nonsensical substance we call elder teeth. What exactly are elder teeth? It's what the beastmen called Azurlith. He called them such because they're tooth-like formations, and the elders of their tribe use them. He shrugs at their odd reasoning. We know that they have mystical properties such as amplification of magic, and we're still studying their uses. Karen himself was fascinated by them. The beastmen consider this place some sort of shrine? Something about big elder teeth and dead ancestors that made it sacred ground to them. Crap if I care. No, or care. The Shaker said it's a place with concentrated magic, and that's about as far as I understood it. Ask him about military stratagem, and he'll light up like a spark to sulfur. But when it comes from alchemy and arcane, his understanding is fundamental at best. The site's sizable protrusions of Azurlith exude a temporal resonance on par with the geotropic elucidation of the purest regularity. So as one could imagine, the area is particularly valued for the study of Earth Arcanum, and is likely as well appealed to those creatures who held attunements to the land. Right, of course. The mountainous man rumbles a deep laugh and claps you hard on the back. It's refreshing to speak with one of similar understanding, considering my company for the last several weeks. Tell me about the crystal azure formations in this region. The locals call them elder teeth. We've been researching their properties, which seem to amplify magic somehow. Karen was very interested in them, and sought to better understand them before his untimely demise. He looks off in the distance as though hoping to catch a glimpse of his master. Farewell, yeah. Alright, now we got 2 people leveled up. Sweet! So. Let's increase your accuracy. Let's increase your... we'll do your accuracy as well. How about that? Ooh, weather advisory. Until tonight. Okay, winter weather advisory. Oh, it is snowing. What do you know? I'm glad it's snowing. Our winter and spring have been... Our winter going into spring has been far too dry. Hopefully it's a good chunk of snow. They'll stay around for a little while. Kind of wish we'd had a winter like we had 3 years back. That was enough that people didn't need to use the irrigation water until August. That was great. Let's go ahead and give you more there. Ooh, that would be good too. Having some kind of a Suna equivalent. Now I got that sigil, which is sigil of stone. Cool. And then I have the Wave's Crest. Okay, was there anything else? I don't think so.
I got it.
Let's go to Halfgate. While lowering yourself along seemingly an endless rope perilously anchored in a stone that juts out over a much lower stone flat, you make out the gurgling of slow-moving water. As your descent continues, the stone wall falls away from you into a massive cavern containing a thin sliver of stream winding down from a timid waterfall. It gathers in a large basin filled with thick mud, warmed by the sunlight from above. Damp moss clings to the rocks and vines crawl the inner stones at the overhang before dangling above you like verdant constellations. You reach solid ground and determine this is a reasonable locale to rest your aching muscles. Follow the water. The stream from the pool winds along dull brown stones before streaming over the edge into the darkness of a depthless crevasse. The lip of the cliff, you find a few pictographs carved in stone. A man and a woman holding hands with a beast cub between them. A sun shines down upon them, and they bask in it, water's shore, represented by a trio of long squiggles. Move on. Deciding against spending too much time here, you continue on your journey. Hello and pissing behold, look who's here, the great Fatebinder of Tunon. Come and greet his excellency. Brothers bow and worship like dogs at your feet. He runs her hands over a ragged blade. Do we sell this with a bit of fun? I know, just arrived and already you test my patience. Well, crap. I think I've gone and upset the mewling cankerwit. No, don't hurt me, Fatebinder. I'm trembling. Can't even believe this one struggling like the town isn't already ours. It's only the question of what to do about you. Slice down your face, perhaps. Or dagger betwixt your shoulders as you walk away. I'm partial to either. I take it you want to learn why they call me the Rivener of Stalwart? Soldier pales and grips on the hilt of her blade, but hesitates to draw it. A joke's a joke, eh? We're just having a bit of a row. No need to be so eager to die. Right, no need to get all worked up over it. After a moment of uncertainty, she breaks onto a full retreat while shouting into the air. Quickly, misery! The Fatebinder is coming through! Tails between their legs. That is a refreshing sight. Watch your step, Fatebinder. This don't see is rather steep drop from Halfgate's edge. Wouldn't want you to slip off now. What can a poor trader do for you? This place sure has been wrecked. And by a Fatebinder like you, no less. No offense to you, of course, you're good justice. But if I ever get my sights on who did this, I'll give him a right piece of my mind. The city's lost everything to the edict. Her homes, her people, even her name. You can't imagine what it's like to watch her quake and burn. Now that the city's death slide is settled, we only have to deal with the occasional rumbling. Tremors that come and go like sweeping summer storms. Most blame is disfavored. Earthshakers are no help at all. The Scarlet Chorus at least want to solve the problem. I hear the folks of Halfgate feel this favor for causing problems. Have you come to help, then? Those meddling Earthshakers are protecting Cairn. But for the life of me, I couldn't tell you why. Maybe they like the trembling he causes every time he rattles and moans. How are we to rebuild so long as the Archon lives? Halfgate's townsfolk sympathize with the Scarlet Chorus. Is that so? Well, we don't like them, and we don't hate them, but we don't hate them either. We've got a plan to stop the Earth tremors. So they say, kill Cairn, kill the Quakes. Once the land's at rest, we can rebuild and farm again. Well, wouldn't be against it.
Right.
Seems like people aren't particularly happy, though. Looks like I'm gonna have to fight all the
To battle!
Scarlet Chorus. Kill the Fatebinder! Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. Knuckleheads. Let's see, where is my swapping ability? Swap with that.
On it. On it.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
Take me if you can.
Looks like we got some.
Shenanigans waves. On it. On your knees, worm! On it. Smash to pieces! Come and face my iron! On it. On your knees, worm! Take that!
Nipples on men. Useless.
Right. Smash to pieces! This weapon is entirely worthless!
That's one thing I haven't done is I haven't seen if seen if I could get a better staff. Beastman is shackled and cannot move. Home lays flattened by the quake that shattered Halfgate. The majority of the structures here stood no chance against the strength of the tremors.
Right. I will have your head. Take that!
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Will do. On your knees, worm!
Have to hit harder than that.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Must be my lucky day. Crimson Spear cocked his helm-hidden face to the side, studying me warily. I get to bathe my Arabella in a fate binder's blood. He stomps to a hip-squared crouch and pivots her long spear over her head. Her hand movement speed, the bronze spear begins to hump and snap in the air. She surveys the ruin You've wrought on her town. The wake of bodies and blood you've churned at her feet, and her stance stiffens. Her grip tightens on her spear until her arms are wholly shaking. I haven't clawed my fingers to the bone. I haven't slaughtered those who plague my dreams just to be washed away by Cairo's damned fate binder. I'll make you regret it. You hear me? I'll make you regret ever coming here. Slaps her spear against the ground, loud as a whip crack, and her arms shudder from the forces that haft. Ricochets back into the air. She laughs, clamorous and throaty and pleased. You test her prowess against you. Any last words? I'm starting to run out of last words to offer, to be honest. Sure to carve that into your tombstone. She cracks her neck, slow and audibly. Just kidding. I'll be leaving your corpse rotting in the street. Lunges for you without further warning, fast as lightning, followed by a thunderous crack of her spear. Let's see, we'll have there, and I will go after that one, and
Come and feast my iron!
let's see, and where is my shield that I can throw out?
Grovel before me! Take that! Take me if you can!
You'll have to hit harder than that. Anyone else want some of this?
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
I got it.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
This weapon is useless!
As you slay the last of Scarlet Corps gangsters that terrorized Halfgate, the town's residents once more march from their homes. Vendor stalls are reopening for business. Children play in the rubble-filled roads, and a crowd gathers in the village square as daily life in the ruins of Azure resumes.
So this is what Kairos' edict looks like. Remind me not to look down.
I wonder how effortless all this destruction is for Kairos.
With a single spell, the Overlord destroys the most fertile lands in the Tiers. Such a waste.
Dangling ropes serve as a last desperate attempt to keep the homes together following the collapse. The aftershocks proved to be too much for the makeshift supports.
Curious.
You're the fate fighter that everyone's been talking about. Is there something I can do for you? What do you do in Halfgate? A little bit of everything, really. I'm decent hands with tools, and the buildings here are always in need of repairs. What can you tell me about those who would defy Kairos in this realm? The Beastmen are the ones who oppose Kairos in these realms. We're standing on the bones of Azure. But below is the ruins of the Beastmen's ancestral territory. When the realm of Azure rose in power, it enslaved the hideous creatures and consigned them to live the lives of hard labor. Ever since Cairn fell and the edict devastated the land, the Beastmen have started to reclaim the Stone Sea. Find yourself in their presence, tread with caution. The Beastmen are territorial, resort to violence with little provocation. Oh, there's a couple dogs? I think they are. Oh, there's cats.
Right.
Oh, and this was the fight that broke out. Let's talk to Marissa here. No mercy for murderers! Death to the beast! Put him to the rope! Hang him by his hairy throat! We'll have our justice! What's happened? What's all the excitement about? A group of our boys, with some help from the chorus, caught the beast just outside the town. They found him like that, fur all matted with blood and gore from hunting down humans. Just look at that snout, still stained from his wretched dinner. Woman shudders and grabs a grubby handkerchief at her mouth. She blots at her upper lip, pale-faced and spurring to the Archons. I wish I'd choke on it. Wretched, I'm told man tastes a bit gamey, but wretched seems like needless hyperbole. Not that far from Elker Loris, from what I've told. In fact, I've read that the Kandava tribe calls humans slow Loris on account of their taste and ease of capture. Never thought I'd be happy to have the chorus around, but for once they did us right. Now that's all left is to see the brute killed. Of course, with the chorus gone, now we'll have to do it ourselves. She seems to be taking this rather personally. She turns hard, stone-brown eyes on you. And why aren't you? Don't you care about your own kind? You soft on beastmen or something, Fatebinder? Rather side with them than humans? That killer was found with blood all over his face and paws right outside the gates. Who else do you think he ate if it weren't for one of us? That beast killed and ate a human. Call yourself a steward of justice. Well, go on then, deliver that beast a well-deserved death. Justice to be properly served, he deserves either a Fatebinder's arbitration or a fair trial. That's so, Fatebinder. Why don't you go and ask some of the others around then? See how many of us are interested in your thoughts of justice. She glowers, hands bunched in the fabric of her dress as she adds, "He don't deserve to walk free, and you know it." By my authority as Fatebinder of Tunon, I will act as adjudicator in this situation. Attempt to disrupt my duty to the court, and you will suffer the consequences. Woman pales and takes an unconscious step back. What will you do, Fatebinder? What do you mean to find innocent? Lack of physical evidence, I hear the people's testimony and judge the beastmen according to Kairos' customs. Warm regards, Master Fatebinder. How do you do? I've seen many folks the likes of you around here. Then again, most of the folks I've been bumping into lately are of the Scarlet Chorus. They're not the likes of anything but rotten. Anything I can do for a nice gentleman like you? What are your thoughts on the captured beastman? Would you find him guilty? Bet your britches I would. That beast is as guilty as they come. Look, his fur still matted in the blood of his victims. Settlers that went missing 2 weeks ago now, no doubt. He reeks of it, the lives he stole. Some folks believe he ought to be considered his side, but ain't no point with it, mister. Even if he ain't the one who did it, those beasts are a threat to our survival. I'd knot the noose myself for the time come. But didn't those settlers disappear while scavenging the plains? Any number of things could have happened to them in such a dangerous landscape. You think they fell or starved? No, the proof don't lie. They got ripped up by a beastman, didn't they? I mean, that is, you don't really think he's innocent, do you, good mister? I don't like the thought of letting him go, but I certainly won't be the one to oppose our authority to the situation, Master Fatebinder. We'll see what justice is served, I'm sure of it. Say, I want to help you around town. What can I do? Stopping the cakes would be a blessing, that's for sure. Don't guess you've got any thoughts on how to do that, do you? Scarlet Chorus claimed to have a plan before you killed them. Touching herself, she coughs uncomfortably before dabbing the corner of her mouth with a tattered rag. Now, I didn't mean anything by that, Master Fatebinder. Even if you hadn't come, I wouldn't trust much of the Chorus' promise. Sure, there are others out there in Stone Sea, but who knows what they're capable of, if anything. That's all for the moment.
Sorry, Have a look here.
Spell a sigil of bounding bolts. Viewed raw to strength. Ooh, that actually slightly. Oh yeah, it's slightly more powerful, but I don't get the sigil of life and regenerating on it. Binder of Tunon. Mercy! Please, Mercy, kill me! End my torment, I'm begging you. Each dry wretch is quivered and covered in blood. Why would I want to do that? I can tell you things, at least so long as I've got my tongue. I'll teach you sigil, then you'll kill me. If I'm going to order your death, I need to hear what crimes you committed to warrant it. Starts to nod, it turns to a halted cringe. How's this for you? I killed an entire village. Men, women, and children. Crushed with a snap of my staff. Because I had to know if I could do it. I slaughtered them in a landslide and listened to their screams. Grimaces a smile at the memory despite his pain. You have no idea how exhilarating it felt. His eyes felt disturbing. Or maybe you do. Come closer. The moment he only stares, eyes working, and he struggles to lean forward, straining with all his strength, responds until he howls from his efforts. On your feet, soldier. I'm with the disfavored. Thank you for Fatebinder. I owe my life, and more probably. Hope I don't regret that decision. Fatebinder, slayer of choirmen, keeper of the peace. He rushes towards you with his arms outstretched and grips you tightly around your waist before realizing his intrusion. He quickly backs away and pats some of the dust he left behind. So many different faces come through town, and how could I miss the one who single-handedly slayed those gangsters? Seems like every other day we got new scavengers or artifact hunters or just completely odd folk coming through these parts. Almost unsettling, if you ask me. Is there anything I can do to help? To help you? Any information you need to know about the area? Tell me about Halfgate. Well, let's see. It used to be called Plainsgate till Karen came traipsing through and Fatebinder cast the Edict of Stone on him, destroying thousands of lives in the process. Burst his lips. But you can't win a war without casualties. At least that's what we're told. Even after we kept getting caught hard by the earthquakes, we've lost a lot of people and possessions, but others areas were hit even harder during the Edict. Guess you could say we were in the eye of the storm. Earthquakes? Kids these days. Watch 10 years of ornithological sketches vanish in 20 seconds of smoke, then tell me about your slow, leisurely tremors. Oh no, the roads are all shifting and my map's obsolete. Actually, it does sound quite odious. No matter what happens, you have to keep a positive outlook because it could have been far worse. Things can always be worse, Fatebinder. Tell me what you know about Karen. What was there to say other than that he has ruined our lives? We are beset with earthquakes, and we've lost so many friends because of him. After the destruction here, he headed out into the Stone Sea, and that's where he still lies. His body turned to stone, and the story is he's trapped. That's what is causing the earthquakes. His ongoing death throes are tearing our land apart. Those damned disfavored will want to die, so we're the ones stuck suffering. Do you know how I can find Karen's body? I heard it's in a place called Howling Rock, but I'm no adventurer. My entire life is here in town, so I wouldn't even know where to begin regarding how to get there. The best I can offer is to tell you to keep asking around town. Someone's bound to know more than I do. How has Karen's past infected the settlers of this town? Townsfolk have been taken to joining scavenging crews and heading into the Stone Sea to search for artifacts and other treasures. Problem is, the Stone Sea is full of dangers, and those scavengers put their lives in danger each time they leave the settlement. Is there anything I can do to help the scavengers? There's indeed a way you can help, Fatebinder. A scavenging mission went out a few days back, and we haven't seen them since. The longer they're gone, the more I'm sure they won't be coming back. I will look for the lost group of scavengers. This is wonderful news, Fatebinder. Thank you. Smiles and grabs your hand, shaking it vigorously. They were on their way to Stone Down, but no one knows if they even arrived. What can you tell me about the captured beastmen? Grayson grimaces, shaking his head. Ah, yes. The animal they caught outside the village. Can't wait for that unpleasantness to be dealt with. Covered in blood, lurking about, no doubt, to hunt more settlers. Mangled himself in a trap outside the gates. Don't know why the Corps brought him in. Just wipe the beast out or drive them away. That's what I say. You didn't actually see him kill anyone. Why are you so quick to assume he's guilty? An animal does what an animal does. If there's something to kill, then he will kill it. It's a simple matter of nature. I hear rumors you're judging the matter. If you're of the mind to set the beast free, best do it far from here. If we see him outside the town, we won't hesitate to kill him. So I've kind of talked to everybody. Let me see if I can talk to Left Claw. As you approach, you take a good look at the area where the townspeople have chained a beastman brutally on display like some kind of public attraction. You watch as his tormentors, visibly exhausted and weary, battered and bloody and stinking of urine and old meat. This is how I would see the municipal creatures, humbled and instructed in their place. To offer them anything else more invites anarchy. Beastman snarls and snaps at you, drooling tiredly as he strains against his bonds. His eyes are wide with fear, but his limbs droop tiredly, his whole body trembles. Back away or lose both limb and life. Left Claw still has killing teeth. Can still maim, human. Calm down and tell me what's happened. Help, Left Claw, he whines, all the bravado draining from him. Why have humans hunted beastmen? Beastmen have never bothered humans. Knows to leave alone. Humans claim beastmen killed settlers, but beastmen only hunted down brown bear. Stalkers don't eat meat from humans. Tell settlers. He growls, angry and afraid. Left Claw is a good hunter. Tracked a boar for tribe, but got bit by iron maw near ridge to human den. Bled and bled. Thought it would rip through leg. Then sun woke and humans came howling threats. The settlers are convinced, but I'm willing to consider all matters in this matter. Beastman's eyes dart between you and crowd. Yes, Left Claw speaks true. Perhaps human will free beastmen? What fate will human decide? Before I make my decision, I'd like to hear more evidence on the matter. Proof? Proof of beastman mistake? Beastman's shame of being caught like prey? Left Claw cannot show boar's carcass to human. Rotting, smelling corpse. Pack burned carcass to earth. Blood and ash. Earth, blood, and ash. But human. See where trap gnawed into Left Claw's ankle. See? Yes, can see how beastman was tricked. He's a beast and he was caught coated in blood. What more evidence of guilt could you need? Besides, it was the Corps that dragged him here. They saw his guilt firsthand. How many villagers have disappeared within the last span? Were any bones found in their bodies? Who doesn't disappear these days? We've lost so many, I can't scarcely keep count. Scavengers set for the valley but never return. Even the skilled ones like Draghut have surely been eaten. All any of you have is hearsay on either side. She pales and stumbles backward, but a body in the raucous crowd behind her jostles her for. What do you mean to say, Fatebender? Of course you're the authority on the matter. With Lord Tunon's power, you can see the truth of things. Hidden ones, I know. I've heard the northern stories. Beastman's broad chest heaves as his fear ratchets up, and he pants rapidly, struggling to breathe. What will humans do to Left Claw? Either free beastmen or end beastmen's suffering. Decide to free you and decree your innocence. Leave here quickly. Settlers will kill you if you linger. Really? It's true? He whimpers and quivers with gratitude, eyes darting and searches the easiest escape route. Left Claw won't forget help from human.
I've got it.
Whew. Stone Down Gorge.
Your days end here! Come and feast my iron! Grovel before me!
On it.
I will break you!
Will do. On it.
I'm not entirely useless. Right, come and feast my iron! Grovel before me!
Right. On it.
What in Kraus' name are you plotting, boss? Where'd you kill those corny men up ahead? He points his weapon at you. Face flushed scarlet. Don't try to deny it. My gal, Pustule, saw it all. Run. Run while you still have legs to carry you. Frickin' pissed. It's his favorite binder. The yellow octave will straw his blade, tripping backwards over loose stone. Furies! At arms! At arms! Crap, crap, damn. Help! That was a sorry display. We should put his terrified rodent out of his misery. Barrack draws his weapon and readies for combat.
Take that! Grovel before me!
Yes. Will do.
I will aid you. I got it.
On it. Will do. On it.
There. See that?
Well, wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
You learn something every day.
I need to try a different weapon.
This weapon is like nipples on men.
Are you afraid?
Oh my goodness, Ab!
Take that.
Though to be fair, she is kind of right.
Isn't working.
Wait!
Should have seen that one coming.
Red spiral is carved upon the wooden car. Let's see. The handwriting within is haphazard and inscrutable, the work of an unpracticed, poorly trained wordcaster. A few entries contain recognizable sentences, and the book appears to be the journal of the Scarlet Corps commander detailing troop movements. Times and locations are noted along numbers and pictures of trees, stick figures, and rocks. The author either didn't know the words for lumber and people, or just felt more comfortable with pictures than words. While much of the journal is inscrutable, the corner of every page has the day's head count for the author's brigade. While some days note dozens of losses, the brigade appears to be recruiting far faster than its members are dying or deserting. Let's climb the cliff. Plan, Zeal. His plans outline the specifics for making the dagger Zeal. Have can be created the access of a forge, spire upgrade, and proper materials. Clearly a case of, I keep seeing that you clearly need to keep athletics pretty strong in this game. If you're going to be able to get to a lot of different places.
Huh.
Down the cliff. Sage's journal entry. Day 36. My journey to the Dawning Spire at the Howling Rock continues. Unfortunately, the route indicates on the map I require to lead straight through a den of beasts. Surely I can find a way around them. They are the last obstacle between myself and the Spire. Also, I can allow nothing to deter me. This structure was destroyed by the earthquakes and later picked apart by scavengers.
You see what I see?
Ah, there it is. There's our trap. Charcoal rubbing. Party has received incomplete charcoal rubbing, Aurora Spire. Parchment contains a partial charcoal rubbing of a rune, but the shape is incomplete. The carved lines are unusual and don't resemble any known sigils. It's necessary to obtain the completed shape before you can discern its purpose. Extract the crystal. Can't make a jump there. Accessible waterfalls like this one are rare in the Stone Sea and are a valuable resource. The water that flows into the depths from below forms one of the major nether streams that sustains the region's scattered populations.
Sorry, I can't.
Containing this body of water.
On it.
Hello.
Can't do that.
Your days end here.
Right.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
I'll break you!
It's a bit too much.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Right. Will do.
Buildings like this one once numbered thousands in Azure's great cities. Those that weren't swallowed by the earth have been left behind in ghost towns, haunting reminders of a more glorious past. Climb this rope.
Found something.
Don't move, human. She sniffs the air suspiciously. She sniffs suspiciously at the air. Explain or die. What has human come seeking from Stone Stalker Den? Come in peace. Let me enter. I have an important matter to discuss with your leader. Guard nods her head once. Sharply, decision made. Come, enter. But do not seek to cause strife. Primo, 100 blood, will want to speak with strange-smelling human. Oh, there was a jump to chasm? Well, I never saw that. I didn't see that before.
Interesting.
Ah. Right there.
Can't do that.
Don't like humans in tribe lands. Stink of sweat and filth. Looks like ironclad, but are weak. Kill their own kind for food on barren paths. Why would Ironclad disfavored slaughter innocent travelers on the roadways? Cox set to one side, thinking, how should beastmen know how thoughts of humans? Saw with sharp beastmen eyes, Ironclad swarming scavengers at place with grey stone. Remember, because hunt was strange, Ironclad smell of rot and were weak, struggling to kill pack that was same size. That does sound strange. I'll look into it. Hunt and stealth. Ironclads are dangerous when encountered, usually.
Found something.
Human, leader of the Stone Stalker tribe, furrows brow as you approach, feral amber eyes tracking your every step. Who approaches 100 blood, strongest of all Stonelands, first free prowler, beast woman who reaches within bounds, mystic, and prima to Stone Stalker tribe. She sniffs deeply, nostrils flare as she parses your scent. The massive beast woman flexes, muscles ripples as she rises and snarls, looking down at you with heated, bloodthirsty eyes. Primo remembers, stench of cold blood and hot breath, blood and iron blades, seeks of humans who creep through Stone Stalker lands, of ironclads who pine for beast woman and thoughts of chained tribe, who hunted without mercy. Graven Ash and disfavored sent their regards. Ash of disfavored? She rolls the words round on her tongue, lips twisting in distaste. What does mystic of ironclad slavers desire from 100 blood? Primo Stonestalkers, swift death on end of beast woman's claws? Squad of disfavored and some earth shakers would pass through here to reach Howling Rock. Let us through. She flares her nostrils and huffs, simmering with a sudden and dark anger. Disfavored would see all beast women enslaved or dead. No, will not keep ironclad. See beast lands. Will not let humans pass through a place called where Stone Archon, free our tribe now lies. They're not here to enslave or hunt the tribe. Unsure they pass through peacefully. She bristles and growls, leaning close enough that her hot, dank breath puffs against your skin. Think Bushman will listen to fate binder's lies, leave now human, while human heart still beats in half. See, we're at an impasse. Think Beastman will let snake that slithers into nest so easily leave? She sneers, finger. Will kid fate binder who speaks for disfavored hunters of beast woman, crush into grit of ground and lap it, seep. That's not what I wanted! Ah! Not good. Oh, petrified. Ooh. It's a bit nasty.
Legs to work.
I can't move!
Worm.
move!
Take me if you can.
I got it.
That's how it's done. Take me if you can. Can't take me if you can. I can't move.
I can't move!
Worm.
I can't move!
Nice words to cause more harm than this.
Can't move. I'm trapped in place.
Will do.
I'm enjoying this a little too much. This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless.
I got it.
Whew, I'm enjoying this a little too much.
I need to try a different weapon.
I need to try a different tactic. This isn't working.
There we go.
This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless.
Come and face my iron.
Anyone else want some of this?
On it.
More bodies to pile in our way.
Take that.
Will do. Will do.
Take that. Are you afraid of death, worm? Send me your
I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
I will aid you. That's how it's done. Take me if you can. Wait, I did that? Nice! Worm! Take that!
Some of this.
On it.
It's a hit!
I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
Smashed to pieces!
To battle!
Watch and learn.
Afraid of death, worm! Still got it. To battle! I can't move!
Enjoying this a bit too much.
Will do.
Take me if you can!
Fatebinder, please, these beasts took us from the plains. They're holding us against our will. It's only a matter of time until they kill or eat us. Please, I'm here to help you. See what I can do.
Sorry, I can't. Heads up, we have company.
Trying to attack it. This isn't working.
Try a different way.
Wait, I did that? Nice!
I need to try a different way.
I need to try a different tactic. This isn't working. Too easy.
Heads up, we have company.
I'd have it no other way.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Nope.
Watch and learn.
Right. I got it.
Come and face my iron!
Will do.
Will gnaw and praise bones and savor death blood! Hot slit my tongue!
We go, the way's clear. God's be praised, thank you, and 1,000 times more, Fatebinder, what you've done for us.
Will do.
Pardon me. I'll be right back. Fatebinder, you have returned! I have heard the tales of the heroic deeds at Stone Down. Scavenger crew's back, safe and sound. Those beastmen are horrible monsters. He spits and grinds it into the dirt with his shoe. This world would be much better. This world would be a much better place if they weren't around. Some strong feelings you have there. Are they not justified? Thank you for all you've done, Fatebinder. You must leave before I turn angry.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought. Of course. How can I help? When I was a kid, this was all rolling seas of ridge wheat and sugarcane. Kairos outlives the landscape, not the other way around. What used to be the realm of Azure is now the Stone Sea. Kairos' Edict of Stone has crumpled the landscape. The once endless and fertile plains are now jagged karst. Want to wager it'll have another name in our lifetimes? Of course. How can I help?
Falling rock. The beastmen seem to melt from the soil and stone, rising from crouches or dropping from outcrops, each covered head to claw, matted, slated gray fur and reeking of blood and decay. They circle you, patting on bare knuckle and foot, eyes flashing jaundiced yellow, lips twisted back from filthy fangs. One moves forward, a gargantuan beast woman whose dugs hang discarded and dust-dressed. She growls low, hackles raised, and her pack moves as one, closing on you. Speak with them. Consider your weapons, you consider your words carefully. Diffuse the situation. Adopting your calmest tone and most amiable body language, you speak to the beast woman trying to assuage her. Her eyes never leaves yours, and when the attack comes, it's remarkably coordinated, given that it's entirely without words. Oh, never mind.
Trouble is afoot.
Entirely useless. Come and feast my ire. Rusted. Rusted. Grovel before me!
On it.
Overlord's mercy. Ah, that hurts like a fate binder out here. The man lifts his head, regarding you blearily. Stripped of his armor, you can see several jagged wounds on his throat, belly, and thighs. Any one of them could be fatal. The man is clearly, very clearly alive. Thank Kairos, I thought the bastard should double back to kill me again. You need help. You're in pretty bad shape. He rakes a blood-stained hand through his hair and grunts. I'll live. I don't care a rat's prick about that right now. That's the body of the man next to him, and his face hardens. He clenches his jaw in anger and something cold with regret. What I want's justice. First, I need to know what happened. Scouts reported that the civvies, a rash of caravans, had been despoiled by his favorite troops. Of course, it wasn't us, so me and Izod got detail to track the problem. Didn't know that a squad of shields was missing. Tracked the bastards a few days. Found the squad's body some leagues downhill. Thought to turn back, but two of the shields had been something to Assad, so I let him press us on. Once he pops his leg, resetting the shattered bone. We kicked a damned hornet's nest of chorus, and sniping our guys a few at a time, using our armor to raid the caravans. So the chorus disguised as disavowed or hijacking caravans. Of course, are smearing our name. If it was my reputation on the line, so be it. I can't let them do that to the general. He suffers enough for us. Of course, we'll pay for this. They can't be far gone. Track's there. Points to the left, are headed north. He slumps and curses, beaded with sweat. We'll find those coarse bastards. Be sure to give them my regards from Ash right before you cut their pissing jaws off. How am I fighting this? This breastplate alone weighs more than a beast. Some effort, she clamps and clomps a few steps closer to the group. She wheezes, suit rattling, her muscles tremble from the effort to stay standing. I can barely breathe in this iron trap. The man next to her snarls and pounds a meaty fist on his helm. Wine Harner, you baby. My helmet don't even fit. With a lot of them had lumpy stones for noggins, but this thing's sized for a child and tighter than a vice. Grunts and pries at the iron helmet was no avail. I'm not sure I can get it off. Bite your freaking tongues or I'll cut him out. Iron visor or not. She knocks severed Sophist's visor up to reveal his face, then slams it back down to make her point. Nitwit. A few more raids and we'll have slandered this favorite well and clean. They'll be flogging to join the chorus soon enough. Now practice swinging that sword. It's heavier than an axe, so it ought to lob off a leg fresh churned butter.
Slow and steady.
She taps her wooden splintered, blood-splattered staff on the ground with both impatience and self-satisfaction. Plus, we've never been fatter on crates. Misery's scheme is... She jolts, noticing your intrusion for the first time. Instinctively, she crouches into a bow stance, weapon raised before her. Who the piss are you? Better yet, who are you? Believe we asked for your stone-blasted introduction first, chum. Careful, you're addressing the Fatebinder of Tunan. Fatebinder of Tunan, you say? Well, Master Fatebinder, I'm sure we can talk this over. Come to a mutual understanding. Raven bows low with a mocking exaggeration sweep of her arm. Got plenty of stock to go around here. Share with our dear pal, see? The only agreement we're going to come to is whether you'll travel to Ironhearth together peacefully to be punished for your crimes against the disfavored, or whether you'll be sending you one by one, pieces. All right, I give. Heavily clad chorus soldier clanks to the ground awkwardly as he attempts to bend the knee, but fumbles with the unfamiliar weight of the iron suit. I don't know about them, but I didn't come here to die. I'm only following orders, same as any other. Oh, no, you don't. Get up and fight, you fetid shite. You've got a job to do, and until we've seen it through, I'll never let you give up or give in. The chanter swings her staff in a wide circuit, voice moving as she enthralls her comrades, spurring them to battle. Viewed by an unnatural and sudden strength, the ironclad soldier roars, rushing forward, despite the weight of his armor, despite his previous reluctance. Kill him! He brays an insatiable bloodlust, and behind him prowl echoes his cry, charging forward to attack. around him.
I will take
As you command.
I will break you!
What was I thinking? Will do.
On your knees, worm!
Are you afraid of death? Right.
Doing is a little too much.
Kids, you might learn something.
Right.
Oh, is that Karen? My.
Cairn, Archon of Stone, what a sight! Hey, feel free to kill some time here. I've got, so much to sketch.
Shit. How far out of the way do I have to walk to
Ah, got it.
Ooh, herbal smiths.
look up his skirt? What? Your chronicle needs details as much as I do.
Can't do that.
Hey, Bonner of Tunon here. What business have you at Howling Rock? Speak or be pelted with stone. So you are one of us. The Earthshaker signs sigil back to you, and the code exchange is complete. She nods, touches, fist to her chest and salute, but her eyes are as hard as boulders, but as she watches you. We will raise the gift, but be warned, Fatebinder. I will see the Earth swallow you whole, should you bring strife against us. Pretty nifty looking gate, being able to do that. Sir, wait up! Fatebinder, you survived to join us. The Iron Guard studies you with a stern intensity. The exertion of the run is one of them, he does not show it. His brother, on the other hand, doubles over, hands on his knees as he catches his breath. Between the two of them, Cadius is splattered in the remnants of battle, while Cadric stands wholly pristine. Of course he would. Cadius looks at his older brother and straightens. You saw the trail of corpses he left. Made my job easy. Well, easier. So it gives you a curtain knot. Thanks to you, we've made it in one piece. Glad you could keep up. While I did not consider traversing rocky terrain to be particularly travailing, I'm eager to enter the compound. Take as much time you need to recoup, Fatebinder. If you need me, I'll be examining the state of Karen's remains.
On it.
Earth crystal are a resource of Earthshaker's powers. Their essence, once harvested, used by the mages to bolster their abilities. Interesting. I have been lifting out all these crystals, and I have no idea why. I hope it's not going to come back to bite me in the butt, because I've been told no reasons why I'm pulling all the Azurelith out. This looks like this leads to an exit, maybe? And something small to Shakers mean to defend the final race of players to the death. Weapons, supplies, and resources have been brought to sustain the soldiers at this camp.
Can't do that.
Earth Pounder pounds a fist to his chest in brusque salute as you approach. Careful with your footfall, Fatebinder. As close to the source, surface is likely to shift at a moment's notice. He sighs, slouching at his post. You look as weary as I feel. It's the incessant trembling that's done you in, isn't it? It's hard on the bones, but, you know, I rather like to think the tectonic quakes to be soothing, if you didn't know they were caused by my Archon's pains. My condolences to your guild. Spoken by like a true diplomat, or an agent from Tunit's courts. You must want something. The question is, can I provide it for you? Right now, how can I simply passing through Earthshaker, as you were.
Let me try. Looks simple enough.
New scroll. Probably a recipe. If I had to guess.
Do you have eyes on this?
Karen's remains lies here, collapsed in a pile of Azurelith and stone. Wandering Archon was destroyed. Might have this an edict of stone. Fatebinder, I presume you were adequately rested. The Iron Guard studies you with a stern intensity. Well rested, huh? Case jerks a glance at Radix. Hate to think of what you might mean if the earlier show wasn't a Fatebinder at peak performance. Lieutenant gave you a nod. Glad you're with us, sir. Commander touched the knuckle to his chin and thought, yes, I must admit I am, as well, especially in wake of recent discoveries. What discoveries? What happened? While I served Ash at Venerate Wall in my stead, the Guild succeeded mission to locate and guard Karen's remains. Of course, none of us expected he would have had survived. He nods once in admiration of his former master. My Earthshakers commenced studying Karen, and as a result have unearthed a rather invaluable finding. Tyranny yet labors to survive. This, of course, is ultimately infeasible. Even the mountains cannot withstand the force of Kairos' will. However, Archon has retained a considerable sum of arcane energy that my guild could harvest and wield. So in return for everything Karen has taught you, you're going to harvest this life force? Like Karen really did have children. Horrid children. Lieutenant grunts. According to the general, as long as Karen lives, the edict will keep tearing up the land. That's good for us, bad for the rebels in the chorus. Our continued earthquake, good for this favor, but bad for the rebels in the chorus. Simple tactic, sir. Ruined farmland means less food to feed the masses. It's favored to have more supplies stocked. And since there's fewer of us, we need less rations overall. Plus, we're made of tougher stock than the chorus and the tiersmen. We'll be fine. Meanwhile, a starving army will be easy prey for Ash. Force the enemy to squabble over supply lines while we sack their forts. Basic, barbaric even, but effective. So the disfavored wish to keep Karen alive to ensure the continued turmoil of the edict. Or is that easy, sir? As Radek said, our Shakers have been guarding Karen's body for these last few spans, but we can't keep wasting our resources out here. We can't defend the body forever. The Shakers aren't strong enough to defend him alone, hence why I'm 10 leagues left in dirt shite nowhere. Just as my brother said, his Shakers have a way to steal Karen's energy. They're going to warp the edict with it, then expel both in one giant burst at his death. Going to kill the land for good. Me and my shields are going to help him see to it. Karen betrayed the Northern Empire, Kairos, and the disfavor. As far as I'm concerned, his remains and his power are forfeit to whoever reaches him. I'd sleep better if the essence fell into disfavored hands. Your assumptions are correct. However, my Earthshakers have devised a ritual wherein we can extract and expel Karen's energy in one concentrated pulse upon its death, permanently ravage the land, starving Nereid's chorus and the rebel army, enabling us to end the war. Iron Guard salutes you steadfast in his devotion. While I would relish the opportunity to study Karen further, we cannot risk this strategic advantage. We must gain Ash's approval to act swiftly. This is an operation of no small consequence. Before we act, I intend to discuss killing Karen with Ash. Do what you must. Discuss our plan to destroy the land and defeat the voices of Nerat, but be swift about it. Commander nods to you in dismissal. We will await your report from Iron Hearth. In the meantime, however, I will account for Ash's approval and see the provisions necessary for the ritual. See, what he means is safe travel, sir. Lieutenant Cadet salutes you. Before I go, I'd like to discover some other matters with you both. Speak, if that is what you desire, but understand this, as the wind cannot move a mountain, so your words will not sway me. You say that, but I may yet surprise you. As for this position for humor, Fatebinder, do not often imagine that outside the realm of possibility. What can you tell me about Howling Rock Spire? I'll grant you egress into the base if that is what you desire, but I advise you not to let me become the most consumption of your time. My Earthshakers are already extensively examining the site, yet we're unable to uncover more than a cavernous room with some carvings on the floor. Yet Karen's clinging to the base like it was the only dingy in a storm chopped sea. Lieutenant cranes his neck towards the tower's cloud-obscured peak. What do you reckon that's about? Valerian, perhaps? Who rightly knows the effect of an edict might wreak on one's mental capacity. He steeples his finger in thought. Or maybe he knew of a peculiarity we yet do not. Perhaps the Dawning Spire could have restored him, had he managed to rouse it from its dormancy. Master Earthshaker looks to the stone giant, then over to the looming spire. Perhaps not. Very well. Okay. Yeah, got stuck. Bad pathing. Long trip. This feels like it's been a long stream, even though I know it's not been any longer than any of the others. I know that they're seeing of their accomplishments and thank their good fortune that the court is backing our works in the tears. I've made contact with Cadus and Radix. A quarrelsome pair, but I do like to see family moving against the enemy together. Bonds are more reliable than any number of like-minded countrymen. You have to report. The Earthshakers and Howling Rock are looking forward to studying Karen's remains. Don't know yet what I hope to learn from a petrified Archon, but I'm sure they would vehemently defend their reasoning. Furthers the work effort, and I can tolerate their delays. For now. The Earthshakers are the arcane force behind my army, and I would see them ready for battle. Rags and Karen's have plans to use Karen's essence to blight the region. They want your go-ahead. Rags wants my go-ahead? His word was some sort of abuse. His word he was the sort to abuse the significant position I gave him. So pleasing to see him show due deference. General taps his chin thoroughly, examining you slowly. What would you say? If this were your decision, would you approve? No, I would not advise it. The Earthshakers can't be fully trusted, and meddling with an edict could be seen as an insult to Kairos. Archon's eyes you cautiously. Point taken, good Fatebinder. You are wise to be cautious and unfair with their allies. You are right. I suppose my actions could be construed as opposed to the Overlord. But we also run the risk of the Chorus finding a way to slay Karen, resolving the edict in a less violent fashion. If that happens, we lost the opportunity to strike a killing blow, so I have to seize the initiative and take this risk. Thank you, Fatebinder. The time will come someday when I need to trust you with greater responsibilities. It is good to have an insight into how you think. Graven Ash corrects. We were wise to bring this to my attention. The Archons fall under Kairos' jurisdiction. That includes what remains they leave behind. Unfortunately, Kairos wish the Archon stone destroyed. I believe those offer us the freedom to dispense with this corpse however we see fit. So I force that the approval to carry out their plan. I would see the voices of Nerat and his howling mob starve, point of cannibalism, if they would deplete their numbers. Okay. I'd rather it didn't go that far. We still have people living in Halfstone and the region in general. It's gonna blight the area, meaning that all the townsfolk are gonna suffer even worse. Sir, his favorite officer tips his head and you greet. What is orders from Ash? You can see the commander's raring to go. The Iron Guard stares at both of you without moving, utterly austere and unamused. JP Brother does not understand the notion of patience. Mountain cannot be moved by force, though try as he might. And yes, I too would know of your plans. Ash has issued the order to extract Karen's energy and use it to permanently destroy the land, or to commence immediately. Brutal and effective tactic. At least it promises to dwindle down the enemy through starvation. Might still be more than course deserves, not to quench the Archon's will. Strikes me as warlike, but unbecoming of disfavored. Fair point, but worth considering. We're here to follow orders. True enough, I don't mean to cast doubt on the mission, but let this serve as a reminder that the work is perfecting our methods is never finished, even in total obedience. Good, then it is as we expected. I have seen the initial preparations, but I have informed Cadius we will commence when the Tellurian alignment is ideal for reducing a peak tectonic paraxium, and not a span soon. Okay, so I actually know the word paraxium. Word of the day. I should have that as alert as a word of the day, or something like that. Paraxium, I think is, I think that's the word. It also is a level of volcano explosion, I think. I'm gonna look that up. Then he scrubs a palm down the front of his face. But see, I'm briled and ready to go. There's no way the enemy will get to drop on us first. However, Rags continues, ignoring his brother's exasperated interjection, there is an imperative matter remained that we must attend to before the ritual can begin. I employed a drove of Earthshakers to excavate required Azeroth loads from the neighboring regions of Gulfglow. Problem is, they haven't hightailed it back yet, or dispatched a missive. They are extracting Azrael, I think. Like ran into problems with the Beastmen. Receptive of you to think so. Beasts are powerful fighters, but unpredictable to our kind. One of the many reasons why Ash doesn't let them get anywhere near the Legion. I felt discordant tremors resonating from Gulfglow. I fear the tribe that first welcomed us, brethren of Cairn, now wish only to bathe in the bath of our blood. Whoa, jeez, dude. Primitive attunement to the terrain, to the Tyranny Arcanum of this region is pitiful. They should be begging us to teach them of our ways, yet instead they seek to claim to our Archon and scrabble to prevent us from utilizing the abundant azureth of this realm. He stomps at the ground hard enough that a crevice splits between him and Cadus, causing the lieutenant to cautiously ease back. One day I will crush the savages beneath the very stones they worship. You can count on me to help. Brothers share a look, and Rax once again falls stoic. Without the azureth to amplify Karen's remaining energy, transmuting it into a miasmic substance would be pointless. The area of effect would be unavailably minimal. You need a cup to hold the liquid. Makes sense. If the liquid in question is the volatile essence of a slowly dying Archon known for his near indestructible nature, well, stands to reason the best use of the sturdiest goblet you can find. Have my word that I'll do my best to aid the Earthshakers and retrieve the azureth loads. Sir? What's more, don't be too long. Don't die on us. Heaven forbid that I die on you. Now, I do want to take a quick look inside here. I'm sure it's just an entirely new Old Walls dungeon. It's not. Oh, that's a little surprising. Surprising. However, this is the Aurora Spire. Am I at the Aurora Spire? I'm at the Dawning Spire. Completely different. Aurora Spire is over here. So... I don't actually have a way to access this spire. Not that I remember. Do I? That's the Ocean Spire. It's not this one. I'm at the Sun Spire. The Dawning Spire and Aurora Spire are the ones I need to get to. Huh. Interesting. Oh. Sunset Spire, that's not what I have. Well, bummer. It would have been nice to have had that teleport, but seems not. What's up here? Curious, curious, curious. Climb this cliff. Hello.
Found something.
Wait. Actually, I didn't find out anything about this. What is this show? Camp is typical Stone Sea explorers. Many travel across all corners of tiers in search of unclaimed treasures from the now defunct Kingdom of Azure. Hours ago, two weary travelers assured you shelter and water awaited you at the trading post nestled within the remnants of an old Azuran city just a few leagues away. Now, standing along the edge of a cracked earthen pillar, you can confirm your hopes of resupply dashed. The old ruins have relocated into the depths of a massive chasm. Some of the city remains visible, smashed against the steep escarpment directly beneath the cliff's edge. As your eyes trace the rubble trailing down the slope, you spy the telltale swirls of blue and white paint along an intact wall, markings used to indicate granaries, armories, and vaults. Though largely intact, the structure is precariously placed. Bits of rubble constantly tumble down the side. Safety issues aside, it may be worth a look. Skip the chasm and move on. Yeah, I'd rather not go do some kind of nasty, getting myself hurt or getting like an injury or something. Oh no, Fate Binder, I've done my duty. You can't track me back there. I have no intention of dragging you anywhere. Calm down and tell me what happened. Beastmen and the blood. So much blood. They'll slaughter us all. Please, just let me flee. You're safe now. Just tell me what's happened. After the sea split, I thought I'd make a living by mapping the land. I know the area well enough now, so the Earthshakers hired me to guide them. They were looking for some kind of precious stone, but the Stone Stalkers seemed to have other plans. When we got further in, they were already there, guarding the shards. One of the beasts nipped at an Earthshaker, so I fled. Done my fate, Fate Binder. Getting ripped to shreds isn't part of it. Fatebinder, the Earthshaker pounds his chest once to salute. It's a sideways glance to Lycon before speaking. Ignore this coward. Allow me to enlighten you on the situation. Assume you've come to aid us. Well, you don't need to meet me with a Fatebinder here. You two go at it with the Beastmen. It's your funeral. I'm out of here. You have impeccable timing. It seems we've entangled ourselves in a rather bloody rumble with the Beastmen. I expect you might have been felled by the beasts of this region. Maybe the Azeroth need for the ritual? Some, but not nearly enough. We'll need several more of the purest classification if we're to successfully amplify the phase velocity of Karn's remaining energy during the ritual. We hired the local scavenger to show us where he'd seen the high concentration of crystal loads. Thus he led us here. First, the beastmen were amenable to our requests, but shortly after our expedition began, they became wrought with anger. Apparently we're stealing from their ancestors, or some such foolery. There is what appears to be a leader among them, Red Fang. But she's retreated into the spire before I could bring her to reason. Now we're trapped in a vicious standoff, and I'm hesitant on how to proceed. Speak with Red Fang and bring her to reason. Excellent, Fatebinder. Be quick of it if you could. Can't say these tribes have a reputation for patience. I would like to avoid conflict if possible. Elder teeth crystals grow from earth blood on Stonecolor's ancestors. Humans will not take such from tribe. Aren't a product of your superstitions. There's a natural occurring phenomenon discovered by an Archon. We have a right to them, beastmen.
Interesting.
Ouch! That hurt.
Right.
I'm not going to pull them up while we've got beastmen hurting us. If I had any guess, they made it so then if you tried doing that in front of the beastmen, we're going to have to get attacked. So I'd rather not do that.
Nothing I can't handle.
Ooh, Longclaw's Rage. Oh yeah, that's definitely worth that. Crushing, this is slashing versus the piercing that I have with. Now. It's got explosive. Sorry. Pardon me. Explosive. This axe trembles with pent-up aggression. When you swing it in a white arc, trails of heat and wisps of smoke follow in its wake.
I've got it.
Want to know closer, human? Flee now or explain presence in Stonelands. Beastman hunkers forward, muscles bunching in readiness to strike. Menacing growl rumbles low from the back of his throat. Even mentioned tribe's elder teeth, the Beastman will pitch human's body to ground below. I mean you tribe no harm, nor have I come for any teeth. I only seek to speak with Red Fang. No, Red Fang do not wish to speak with humans. Leave now, and Beastman will let human live. Try and resolve your quarrel with the Earthshakers before you tear each other's throats out. Beastman slits his silvered eyes, wary. He sits back on his haunches, but his muscles jump from a mixture of excitement and fear, thrill and terror. Pulls a pale tongue out side of his mouth, smirking. Fine. Enter at own peril, human.
That wasn't so hard.
Ooh, broken maw. Interesting. It's jagged. On weapon crit, foes versus parry bleeding for 14.5. This push dagger is carved from the jaws of a sawtooth violet. A disagreeable sea creature trenched from lightless depths. Sanded down to fit a rudimentary blade, nothing has been done to accentuate the serrated edge.
Can't do that.
Those Earthshakers have picked a tussle with Beastmen. Doubt this will end in laughs.
Just somehow managed to rupture through the foundation of the spire. Beast Woman cocks her head to one side, listening intently. Her ear flicks once, twice, and her eyes narrow suspiciously. Who pads here? Soft, slow. Who braves to approach Ritvane? Guard eyes at Stonecaller's old walls den. Speak, human, quick, explain. Grimly she spreads a grin, revealing teeth of dappled and brown as her muddy eyes. Ritvane will rip Trespasser's jaw from head. Dispute you're having with the Earthshakers. We can resolve this peacefully, or we can resolve it through bloodshed. Ironclad, reeking of death and lies, comes slinking to Beastwoman. Wants to cry for peace? Rips and yowls, hackles rising as she lumbers towards you. No, human. Disfavorable peace with Beastwoman. Rage, lunging for your throat. Oh boy. Think I said the wrong thing. Darn it. Look, as nasty as they are, I'd rather not be killing them. This is basically genocide, and I hate it. I hate it. Or specieside, whatever it is. Okay.
And savor death, hot slick.
Gotta sort her back over to her thing.
I can't move! Before me! Can't even lift my feet! I can't move! This weapon is out! Smash to pieces!
She's just gonna get eaten in there. Let's see.
Right.
Get back here!
I can't move! I can't move!
can't move! I got it. I can't move! I can't move! I can't move!
I'm aware you can't move. Just attack.
That's how it's done.
Our time together has not gone to waste.
Cryptic rune lines the section of wall and continues upward as far as your eyes can see. Interesting.
Oops, I broke it. Oh, just kidding.
Okay, so I'm only partially there. I don't have everything I need to get into this tower. Unfortunately.
Watch where you step. This has trap written all over it.
Will do.
Oh, another 10 minutes. Okay. So I'll probably finish this up and we'll end it here. Unfortunately, we now have to fight everybody.
Will do.
Send them at me in flames!
Kyle! Catch me the last little bit of my stream here. Treasure hunters frequently sections of the Stone Sea, hoping for a chance of finding increasingly scarce artifacts or forgotten stores of valuables. Back up the cliff.
Another demonstration of our power seems in order.
I got face my iron. Get back here.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
Trouble is afoot. I bring glory. Sorry, I can't. I got it. I bring glory.
Oh wait, I think I can climb down the rope here. Oh, action not available during combat.
Praise bones and savor death blood. Hot slick on tongue.
Heads up, we have company.
Wait, I did that?
Get back here.
Sounds like an error, an audio error or something.
Killing teeth.
Too easy.
Hey, Byron, you certainly made it easier for us to cull the crystals we need. You've done this guild a great service. Oh, and if you're heading back to Helen Rock, could you take this crate of pure Agilus specimens with you? Yes. So thoughtful. I appreciate the kind assessment, Faebunner. I'm not sure I'll deem our haul to be more than scarcely adequate due to the duress nature of our excavation. In fact, couldn't hurt to harvest a few extra supply for the collection. Perhaps some of the more prominent striation patterns? I think I already did that though, so. bit of a bummer. I haven't been able to get into either of these spires yet. I don't have enough info on the runes I need to get. So our preparations have been set. Are you ready to perform the ritual that will extract Karen's energy? Joining us is not a critical component, but I believe you would facilitate our focus. It would also like you to do the honor of executing the final rite. After extracting his energy, we'll only have a short time in which to use it to permanently destroy the land. Are seriously going through with this? You heard the permanently part of that destroy the land clause, didn't you? She inhales deeply before exhaling with a rigid smile. But you are in charge, and I'm just certain you'll do the right thing. Let's begin. Excellent. In that case, I will signal for the ritual of fallowing to commence. Ever just cruises the edges away from the cliff. I'll just take a step back for this one. Perhaps aren't. Let the land hear our cries. Continues as earthshakers gather, slowly chanting around. Let the land shudder and tremble. Let the land swallow Karen's legacy and choke on the power forevermore. Arcana Stone, we gather to beseech you, we who believe. Let us now fallow this land as fitted for your grave dirt. Sir, the Scarlet Chorus is upon us. They've breached the perimeter. Oh, for Craven's glory. Rags scrubs a hand down his visor. Sweet beds in the gap of his armor. Rouse the guild and defend the compound. Do not allow the Scarlet Chorus to interrupt the matter. Ritual, no matter what. Understood? Glanced quickly to his brother. Cadus? His favorite officer unsheathes the sword with gusto. He clangs heavily as he stomps forward. Me and my shields are on it. With a respectful nod, he rushes past you, eager for battle and already shouting for his soldiers. Axe fixed you with a stony set expression. Fatebinder, we need you as well. Of course, defeats us here. His favorite odds in this war are all but doomed. Do not let them halt the ritual. What should I do? Do not let them shatter these earth loads. If they dislodge one of the focal staves, it's imperative you re-embed it into the load immediately. Else the charge, and thus the entire ritual, could become unstable.
Right.
Another
So hold on a second. So I got Scarlet Skin, Scarlet Chorus. That is the Wrath. It's bleeding and burning attacks. Okay, cool.
Nobody saw that, right?
My God. Right.
behind her. You cannot let the chorus halt the ritual. Already siphoned too much telluric G from Karen. If the geostatic resonance of the azulith loads become disarrayed, resulting black gush will kill Karen and with him our ability to ever blight this realm. Quickly, we must re-embed the focal staff of this Azure load to realign the spectral grid. Re-embedding.
On it.
Oh, wow.
Entirely useless.
Oh, there it is. Oh, shoot.
Trouble is afoot. Will do. On it. I got it. Come and feast I got it.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Too easy.
I got it. Right.
For me!
You'll have to hit harder than that.
Up, and the edict is lifted. The Archon of Stone's last shuddering breath, the Earthshakers expel the whole of his life force mixed with his arcane energy, now warped and twisted and thrust deep into the heart of the realm, poisonous strike to forever rend the land. The edict breaks with an audible clap, and your stomach lurches from the sense of sudden weightlessness combined with an acrid tang in the back of your throat, an aftertaste of the rot that has now infused the land. It's done. The edict is no more. We didn't blow up the Terratus in the process. Lucky us! Well, we did it. The edict of Stone is gone. Cost was the health and future of an entire realm. Who's keeping track, right? Evolve an Archon, the death knell of the chorus. This is a rare day, and I'm honored to stand in the center of it with the glory of Ash. Barrack strikes salute and bows. Wording of the edict pounds through your skull with the sort of clarity that usually comes from the days of practice and repetition. It seems the edict of Stone is now a part of you. A word, Fatebinder. Lantry takes you aside, patting your shoulder. One of you might entertain a quick question. Go ahead, Lantry. Wonderful. He dips his quill and starts writing on a sheet of vellum, focusing on you all the while. You've broken a number of Carlos' edicts at this point, which is not a claim that many could make. How do you feel at what you've accomplished? Spare me no detail, please. This is for posterity. Anything that strikes you about the experience is invaluable to the Chronicle. Breaking the edict means I have fulfilled Carlos' will. I'm bringing order to the tiers, one realm at a time. Oh, so this truly is a course you've chosen. Tunon was wise to claim you as his court's own. You were true standard bearer to Kairos' most austere sense of order. Non-salute Lantry writes a furious series of notes. One last question for now. How do you feel? Physically and mentally, I mean. I ask because there's very little precedent on the matter. You should define the symptoms, the reactions for history as a whole. An arcane feat of this scale doesn't happen every day. A little dizzy, but otherwise fine. Dizziness, eh? Lantry tilts his quill thoughtfully. Could be due to the mental effort, or something else. Unconcerned, he shakes his head. You look fine to me. If it any different over time, I hope you'll let me know. I think I have all I need for now. Future readers of the Chronicle, thank you for your time and introspection. Lantry stops his writing and smiles. I now have Heart of the Storm. Ebb imbues the Fatebinder's weapon with the ability to channel lightning through it. While the effect remains, the Fatebinder's attacks will evoke a powerful electrical explosion. Ugh. Okay.
I got it.
Alright, so that is eke number 4, I think? Yeah, a couple things didn't turn out the way I'd hoped. I'd wanted to get the stones without calling bloodshed, and I wouldn't have wanted to completely poison the land. But sometimes that just doesn't work out how you want, especially in this game. I'm getting the lesser evils, as I've been able to kind of figure out. Anyway, we're going to call it there. Running a few minutes over, but that's okay. So, for those who came in to say hello and watch the stream, thank you. Tomorrow, we will hop back into LEGO Star Wars. We will do episode 9, and then we will probably... there's quite a bit of time left. We will probably go and try and complete some levels and stuff, and then it will be the weekend. I'm hoping everyone has a good weekend. I want to thank Ghost of Tsushima for following. Very glad to have you here. Let's see if I can also add a couple things as well to the stream process as well. Restream seems to be working out quite well. So I'm hoping to make good use of it in the future and see how it's going. I also would like to try and figure out the next game that I will play, even though I'm not done with Tyranny or LEGO Star Wars. It's getting to the point where I need to start thinking of the next game so I can make sure it's installed, make sure that it's going to run safely on, well on stream, make sure that I get all the right stuff on it. So, until then, I'll see you all tomorrow. I've also slightly switched the schedule up. Instead of doing it noon, I'm going to be doing noon 30. At 12:30 means that I'm able to have a quick bite to eat or something at midday, so I'm able to, not have to deal with stomach grumblies. during it. But yeah, hope everyone enjoys